Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We are starting straight away. Our viewers, says good evening to you. This is your news network, Zima.com. Tonight is a session. After about 5 minutes, we're going to be opening the floor for people to speak. But for now, we're just going to give you a response, a looped response. Do you understand what we say? We looped, right? Kanachiti looped kutichi. We're talking about a response that we have put into a track, a soundtrack. So you hear it over and over briefly for about 4 minutes, 4 minutes, 30 seconds. And then what is it that the Joint Operations Command is saying? Not what Simbajikanza says. Because, Simbajikanza is just a media fella, right? He just does what he does. So and so is just so and so. Pastor Mukorokoza is who they are. What does the Joint Operations Command say? What does the deep state say? Right? What do the custodians of this great country say about blessed Geza today, this weekend? Wargutichi was not about opinions, you said about opinions, Eduga. Right, so quickly, here we go.
Hey, yeah, Muzatamba nesimba lavanu Swakafana nane masaisa yekungwa Hakuna kosi no kwaniza kumiza masaisa ikuti
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents.
There is no cause that can stop the current from flowing where they want none.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Waiting for the signal as I have said before.
Geza, Geza, when Geza, Geza, when 2 a.m. Geza.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information I refer you to our national spokesperson. All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Musatamba nesimba ravanu Jvakafana nane masaisa yegungwa Hakuna kosi no kwanisa kumisa Masaisa ikuti andende
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no course that can stop the current from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Hey, yeah.
What's your comment concerning the police officer who was killed by armed robbers in Pumula South and she had no vest?
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we lost a police officer in the line of duty. And at the time of the incident, the police were in pursuit of some robbers who had gone right around the city committing some robbery cases. And we are still investigating the matter. And in view of that, I may not be at liberty to shed more light since we are still pursuing the robbers. I thank you.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
agenda, 2030 agenda. So you're not sure. It's more of like a board game. When you're playing chess and you place the wrong piece in the wrong box, then you lose the game. So it's more of a game being played in a smart, tactful way. You find that ED always boasts about being slow and attacking at the right time, you know. So probably these are some of his moves, you know. And you'd find that Makandiwa, Makandiwa is actually someone who works for Mnangagwa. I wouldn't want to make it a
Right.
claim to say he works for Mnangagwa, but he does work for Mnangagwa. you'd find how he orchestrated this, this church item. Think about it. Distracting the public, Wicknell's wedding, distracting the public, all of that. So there's something that is really going on, and there's a bid to distract the citizens from that which is going on. Because think about it. Why do they announce Geza's removal like yesterday, 2 days ago? It's 3 days ago. Why would they do that? They could have done it like 3 days after the utterances. They had to spend like 1 week or 2 weeks, condemning it online. Then they chase them. But usually the ZANU-PF script is that if such thing happens, they chase that person straight away. So that's some of my observations and analysis of what has been taking place recently. Thank you very much for your time.
Wow, Mgorogoza, you seem to have dropped a few bombs here. So you're saying that Wicknell and Makandio are playing the people right now. Same weekend, people see a wedding, arguably the most expensive wedding ever in Zimbabwean history. They're also seeing a magic show in a church. So you're saying all that Kutambogo.
That's what politics has always been about since the Roman age. You find that arenas would get built by politicians so that they distract people from critical matters. That's how politics is played. You need to distract people somehow. You need to distract the masses somehow. I'm just being, it sounds as if it's crazy, but that's how politics works on a national scale. Just think about the views, that Makandiwa got today on his church item. He probably even got a lot of views that even got him money, because YouTube pays you for such views, for just having a lot of views. So just think about it, and it's a lot of drama within a space of 3 days or 4 days.
Wow, obvious Vinicius.
And
These are the
and just
yeah,
think
yes,
about
sir.
it. ZBC has been playing Wicknell's wedding. Just think about it. Just think about it. And that's the
Right,
state. That's the state media. Just think
right.
about it.
Right. So you think that all this kuboti vanhu vadistracted vasafile. So Wicknell and Makandiwa had to play this game so that
Yes,
they
yes.
distract people
ED has been
from
ED
yeah.
himself has admitted that we are going to Rakashawan on social media. What does that mean? To say we are going to Rakashawan on social media. That means they have an army on social media. They have a social media, what do you call this? A social media department at the ZANU-PF headquarters where they discuss things and strategies. You'd find that there's this person called Derek Goto. I don't know if you know. Derek Goto is
Yeah.
a master in terms of the digital space of ZANU-PF. You'd find the recent um, allegations on Varakashi for ED that the leader, the former leader, the person who was using those accounts was fanning factionalism or something like that. and Chinamasa had to step in and all that. If you still remember, it happened like 4 or 5 days ago or something like that.
Right. Okay. Wow. Wow. Well, Wilbert Korea has just joined in. Wilbert has been a quite a very consistent analyst for more than a decade. I think 15 years that I've known him, and I would be interested to hear what he had of the ZRP commanding officer for Bulawayo there speaking about Blessed Geza. Yeah, Wilbert, let's hear your rendition. 2.5 minutes. Shoot.
Hello, Simba. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I mean, that comment is interesting, that here is the
Can't
police.
it just possibly be just a normal comment any police officer makes?
Well, I mean, Simba, they've been hunting for Geza for what? Since late January. Now we are in March. Is this really a question of they want to arrest him or they cannot arrest him? And I think that is a question that has been posed. And judging from Geza's own boasting that the regime do not dare touch him, I think it carries weight. The problem with our political system is that it has been so politicized that justice depends on who you are. And that is what we are seeing here. Geza has boasted that they will not dare touch him. And lo and behold, the regime has failed to touch him. If it was anybody else, I think he would have been thrown in Chikurubi a long, long time ago, Simba.
Right.
So I think there is a lot of truth in saying that ZANU-PF, this in-house fight in this factional war, is at the heart of it. And I think this is one of the problems with our failed political system, where we have failed to change leaders in a peaceful manner, preferably as a result of a free, fair, and democratic election process. And once you've stopped democracy functioning, you've left the door open to the unlawful change of government. And this is what we are now seeing now. And after 45 years of independence, we have yet to hold free, fair, and credible elections. That is a really tragic indictment on ourselves as a people, our failure to rule ourselves. And the consequences of that is the failed state, the nearly 50%, if not over 50% of Zimbabweans living in abject poverty. And at the present moment, the situation could easily, as we are speaking right now, Zimbabwe, the situation could easily implode. We should not think that we are special. What has happened in other countries like Sudan, Libya, Somalia will never happen in Zimbabwe. Why not? These factions, they love power so much. They are so desperate to hang on to power, they'll do anything. And one of the things they can easily do is start a factional war, a tribal war. And once you've drifted to that level, going back is not going to be easy. People should never forget that other countries like Sudan, they had decades of dictatorship, and they failed to end the dictatorship, and now look where they are. The number of people who have been killed, the number of people who are starving, and the world is literally forgotten them. I was watching a documentary the other day saying the level of suffering in Sudan is really heartbreaking. The level of destruction in Sudan is tragic. But that is a result of failure to address this issue of governance. And that is where we are, Simba. And we should be really seriously looking into how are we going to end this madness in Zimbabwe.
Wow, Wilbert, thank you very much. Quickly, Wilbert, I know this one's going to be a side distraction, but I'm going to ask you, maybe after we finish this brief session, this brief analysis, what your view is to you remember the filmmaker? I don't know if you remember this issue of Maxwell Chikumbutso, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is happening is the filmmaker who was behind that whole scam, and has since published well, it's not really a retraction here, it is a comment, right? Discrediting Maxwell Chikumbutso since 2021 and advised people that Maxwell Chikumbutso is seriously delinquent. So that man, I'm going to send this to you because this is really, really important that we follow up with this man, because he is the one who fed the entire idea around Maxwell Chikumbutso being a credible inventor. He created that whole story around Maxwell Chikumbutso. So I'm going to give you just a link here, Wilbert, to this blog, right?
Yep.
On your WhatsApp, because I think here this man needs to be followed up with, and especially someone like you. You've been an engineer at Geza. I've sent you the link on your WhatsApp right now to follow up with him, because he has had the same person who has admitted that he was wrong on calling Maxwell Chikumbu on certifying Maxwell Chikumbutso's products, has called Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, a thief and a comedian.
Yeah. Well, as regards the Zimbabwean Maxwell, to be quite
Yes.
honest, Simba,
The non-Maxwell, by the way, Maxwell is even fake. The name Maxwell is even fake. That's not his name.
well, I won't be surprised about that. But to be quite
No,
honest,
you can see that in the court records. The court records are very clear that there's no one called Maxwell Chikumbutso. His real name is Sangulani. And he's been portraying himself as Maxwell, so that his criminal record, his criminal history, no one discovers it. Go ahead.
yeah, but on that issue, one of the problems that we have had in Zimbabwe is that we have become an incredibly gullible nation. We are easily fooled. That, I think, like the first time when I saw it, I think you and me discussed that story. What I say to you, and I'll say it again, if you are going to tell me that you can get from radio waves more energy to move a car, that is creating energy from nothing, because radio waves are the weakest. I remember last time we were talking about the spectrum, where radio waves are at one end, and in terms of energy package, they deliver the least energy. X-rays, the other extreme, that's where you get the wave itself is packed with energy. And now you're telling me you're getting from a radio wave so much energy that you're able to move a car. to me, it didn't make any sense at all. And I think in this particular case, those who were gullible enough to accept it, and I think people like yourself, one of the things that you exposed in that story is how some of our leaders were so gullible, they believed it. You think with somebody in that position would at least take the trouble of saying, sending some of his own advisors and saying, okay, go and investigate that, you know. But there you are, appearing on state television even with this guy, you know. You say to yourself, this is unbelievable. But that is where we are as a nation. How can we have our leaders so gullible that they believe some of these ideas? And now the guy is being disowned by even those people who promoted him. I'm not really surprised, Simba. And I think, again, I congratulate people like yourself who had the courage of taking him on, of challenging him, and challenging his reports, and even challenging our leaders for being so gullible. You know, it's a shame. How can, particularly somebody who, okay, you may not be a scientist, but at that level, you should realize with the, as a national leader, you cannot be seen to be so easily conned. Surely, where was his advisors, his fellow ministers? We should have told him that, no, chef, you know, this one here, this one, you don't even, you should not even have anything to do with it. And yet, those are the people who were invited in high offices, you know, the equivalent of our Oval Office in the White House, and given so much publicity. It's a shame. It's a crying shame, Zimbabwe. But again, it also explains why Zimbabwe is a failed state. When you've got leaders who are so naive, so gullible, that the whole system is conned. You know, you say to yourself, no wonder we are a failed nation. We don't even have the common sense to say this doesn't make any sense. You know, to me, personally, I rejected the story. I think even giving it a mileage is being irresponsible. And people like yourself, you tried your best to expose that this was a fake. And unfortunately,
But you think that Mnangagwa was fooled, Wilbert. Mnangagwa actually says from the beginning. So 10 years ago, Mnangagwa is saying he put in 3 million. He says that he told that young man to set up his products in Zimbabwe. It's very clear, Wilbert, that he has been a part of that. So Mnangagwa is not someone who got duped there.
well, in this particular case, then the debate is one of, was he part of the con? Was he trying to con the people of Zimbabwe? Or was he a victim of the con men? You know, I wouldn't put it beyond him that he was part of the con. He knew that was the whole story was just a lie. I mean, it's not the first time that some of our Zimbabwean leaders have been part of the mafia, if you want, the con men, there to con the people, there to loot from the people. You know, that it wouldn't surprise me. And I think we both know there are so many stories where he was involved. Some of them I've got to admit, personally, I honestly think he is just as much a victim of the con as the rest of the populace. Because some of the cases, you say to yourself, what did he stand to gain from the whole scheme, other than he was hoping to get cheap publicity, which, particularly now when the truth is being known, was not even worth having, because he's now being mocked by the people. How could you have believed such nonsense? And rightly so too. So I think some of it is to be genuinely. Here is an individual who is so incompetent that they cannot see that they are being conned. Yes, in some cases, he is part of the looting, the conning. He wants people to believe something, and selling the story to I don't know, to give him better publicity, to make him appear as if he is a genius. But once the truth is out, I think the nation, the whole world is laughing at him. And rightly so too.
Well, don't you think that the way the young man, what's your comment? The way the young man has suddenly been introduced at a time when ED has lost support of the army, within a day, within hours of Mnangagwa losing support of the army, he then uses the same language, Wilbert, that he used in 2017, that he was nearly sentenced to poison to death. The same statement, also similar, that he used in the 70s, that he was nearly sentenced to death by the Rhodesians. So what's your comment over that? And are you seeing something there in communication technique?
Well, I mean, to be quite honest, here is somebody whom you and me, ever since the story broke out, you could tell here is a con man. And so now he will try to relaunch himself, build up his story, so that by bringing up a lot of other things that, somebody tried to poison me. My workmate was poisoned and is dead, and then I was able to recover, for whatever reasons, and so forth. This is again a story of somebody who, the thing with lying is, once you've started lying, some people don't even know when to stop. And in this particular case, one would be asking, why would anyone want to lie to you, to poison you? You have come up with an invention, even if they were foolish enough to believe it. What are they trying to do? Poison you so that you don't launch your product on the market? Or are they trying to poison you so that they could take over? What is the purpose? In this particular case, they haven't even proven the technology works, and already they want to poison you to take over. I mean, some of the stories, you honestly say to yourself, even, like I say, the very fact that the nation at senior leaders would take such an idiotic story seriously speaks volumes of their own intellectual ability.
Well, but let's hear from Ngorokoza. Ngorokoza, you got your hand up, right?
Yes, yes. Well, Siba, I have had the privilege to be around ZANU-PF leaders, and at some point I have been in the structures, the ZANU-PF structures. So I understand how those people think. You should understand that there is a ZANU-PF mindset. It's a mindset that exists, and what we are more concerned about, they are not concerned about it. They don't even care, you know. We are fussing about the idea that probably he brought a fake engineer or anything like that. They just don't care about it. They just don't care, you know. For them, it's not something to be stressed about. What's more important about them? It's power, you know. Power is the most important thing in ZANU-PF. And they even talk about it. You hear my ear saying that ZANU-PF can never compromise on power. You know, those are what you call Freudian sleeps. They won't be lying about those people. They're not lying when you hear them saying ZANU-PF won't compromise on power. Speaking on mindsets, you'd find that the mindset that exists in Harare and the mindset that exists in the rural areas is a different mindset. Those are like two different mindsets. In Harare, it feels like we're in like Zimbabwe, like Zimbabwe as a whole, but Harare is more like a fraction of Zimbabwe. It's like I don't think Harare is even like 1/3 of Zimbabwe. Harare is very small, and we're saying that 60% to 75% of Zimbabweans, they reside within the rural areas. That's where the majority is. And these people, they have a whole reality when it comes to how things go, how things are governed, you know. And we need to start having conversations with those people to understand like how the message reaches them. You'd find we know Maxwell Chikumbutso that side as a fake engineer or someone like that. Kuma rural areas, he's being viewed like, you know, a hero or someone who is a result of the president's policies, you know, and development agendas and all that, you know. I'm saying that the rural areas have a total different mindset compared to the urban folks, you know, and ZANU-PF knows that. The reason why they buy those D4Ds, you know, people never really understood why ZANU-PF buys those D4Ds. They buy those D4Ds so that they're able to travel to those rural areas incognito, you know. They can move easily to those to those areas within hours, you know, sit across the message. Okay, if you think I'm lying, just think about it the past 2 weeks. How Anana, Tungwarara and Mahia and all that and all those guys traveled the whole of it was like wasn't like 3 provinces or more than 5 districts actually, distributing money in a very short space of time. Just think about it. And the message that they were giving those people, listen to that message, and you know the mindset of the rural folk in terms of all this that we're discussing. These are the people who vote for ZANU-PF. ED at one point, he even admitted himself to say, if technology accelerates, right, there is a possibility that ZANU-PF might lose some of its votes because the rural folk will kind of be enlightened to like what's going on. There are videos where he admits that. It's here on social media, and it's more about us paying attention to the details. And that's all I can say. And it's more about the mindset. Thank you.
Wow. Well, Wilbert, shoot. Wilbert, you got hand up, huh? Shoot. Wilbert, shoot. I don't know if Wilbert can hear me there. Wilbert, I've got you on. Can you shoot, please? Oh dear. It looks like maybe Wilbert cannot hear me, right? Wilbert,
Yeah. So I can continue. I thought probably you wanted to say something.
Okay, yeah. No, just go ahead and then I think Wilbert will speak as soon as he comes back. Thanks.
Yeah. So ZANU-PF does not compromise on power. It literally does never compromise on power. And all that they want is to stay in power. They have the money to fund and finance them staying in power. And they will stay in power. I just want to show you something in advance. The way ED positioned the sons in government, just think about it. One of the sons is like the deputy minister of finance. The other is the deputy minister of tourism. Do you know, like, the importance of the role of the deputy minister of tourism? The deputy minister of tourism right now, that role is now being used as an ex-official role, as like the role of the minister of foreign affairs, right? Whereas there is the minister of foreign affairs, right? But we also have an extra minister of foreign affairs acting as the deputy minister of tourism, as the minister of tourism. It is
Right.
a guy who likes parallel structures. He loves parallel structures. He works with parallel structures. You know,
Right. So you mean
he's some
he survives through parallel structures, you mean,
he
right?
survives through parallel structures. That's why I
Right.
emphasized
I
that.
think
Yeah,
that's the kind of word that would have been a bit clearer. Thank you. Yeah.
yeah. He loves parallel structures, and you find that I was emphasizing the other day about for ED's outfits. There was a message that Kuma cells, right? They are no people. They are no longer people gathering, having meetings at cell level. And the belief is that Sangano Nutangera Umasero, and no one was there. You know, the intelligence gave on the message that people are no longer there. So ZANU-PF rebranded. They came with the 4ED's outfits as parallel structures of the actual party. And these are now like active foot soldiers where ED started financing those outfits with his own money, not the party's money, his own money. And there was a conflict within the party. That's something that actually widened the factions. Where say, why would you focus more on sponsoring this for ED outfits, right? Whilst we also have our very own structures within the party, right? That needs funding and sponsoring. That was also some line of argument. But now, if you look at it, those structures have been fully endorsed. You'd find that some senior officials, you find them wearing for ED caps, hats, you know. That's like the endorsement of the outfits, because they discover that no one is in ZANU-PF, you know. Uh, the party is now crumbling apart, you know. It's no longer as it used to be back then, where it had a vibrant base, you know. So they are now using the 4ED structures as more like an alternative to uh, what had taken place in their party, whereas most members weren't active, you know, and all that. So it is a master when it comes to parallel structures. I can say more and more and more about like other things, you know, like how you use Themba Mlisco in parliament as a parallel agent, whereas he pretended to be a neutral agent, right? Whereas he was a parallel agent to ED. He responded to ED, he reported to ED here and there. I have a lot of information, but you would find out that parallel structures are something that he uses because of his lack of trust. You know, he doesn't really trust each and every person that he's close with, you know, or the person that you see him standing with, you know. The following day, that person can go to jail if he crosses his path. So that's how things are. And you find that the president himself is very much underrated. You know, people underrate ED. You know, in as much as he's incompetent and all that in terms of leadership, they still underrate that guy. That guy shouldn't be underrated. Um, he has occupied one of the most key positions in government. You know, if you analyze those positions, if you analyze all the positions that he has held in government, you would find that he's the most qualified or overqualified president in Zimbabwe. And him being overqualified, um, overqualified on paper, right? He has failed to deliver the election manifesto of ZANU-PF, on his own. So he's not a statesman. He's not someone who's designed to rule. But when it comes to being a politician, being sneaky, being shrewd, and all that, that's where he belongs, not the presidency. Just think about it. Even the way he became president, it wasn't something that most people expected. Listen to like Mzembi. I'm not sure if it's Mzembi or Kasukwere's interview with Darabi. He mentioned to say the president wanted to place Sekeramai as the next leader in the party, and you'd find that they started pushing on a motion that the first lady wanted to be president. That was like the craziest thing ever. How would like Grace Mugabe want to be president? They knew that Grace Mugabe had found them. We had found the plans and uncovered everything. And the best way was like counterintelligence and pass on like another message to say she wants to be president, and cause panic and all that, so that they utilize the advantage. That guy, in his sloppiness, he gets things done somehow towards his favor. And the Grace Mugabe thing, where they say Grace Mugabe wanted to be president, just think about it. Like, that was a lie. If we had a chance to sit with Grace Mugabe and ask her if she had any bit of intentions to become president, I don't think Grace Mugabe wanted to be president. She would technically tell you straightforward that she never wanted to be president, but she wanted to alarm the nation about what was coming, and it was ED. Yeah, thank you very much, Simba.
I wanted just to quickly say, I know Wilbert wants to say something quickly. Wilbert, are you back now?
Yeah, I am back. But
Okay, I wanted to say, yeah. What about the the ability that you've just talked about here, the ability to have a split personality? So like, Mnangagwa can split into various heads. Like a snake that's got 4 heads, and be able to kind of just survive across. And when he's what he's doing and saying is too clear that it is violating, and his ability to just make it to be. I'm going to give a classic example here quickly of leaders, like some that we're now seeing in the West that have suddenly popped out. I think who the ones that I'm talking about right now, that all of a sudden coming out and becoming very powerful. And people like that, I once said it one time, that a person like Wicknell can violate you so much, but you find that people like that, they just continue. Yeah, someone like Hopo Chingono can be the biggest thug in Africa, the biggest thief, the biggest liar, the biggest deceiver, the biggest betrayer of humanity all across Africa. And people see that. They can actually see that this man is a thug. He's a real a scammer, worse scammer than anyone else who has ever lived on the continent. And then they will talk about it. They'll post it on Twitter. They'll post it on Facebook. They'll be angry for a few days after that. Then they're forgotten. And now they're saying, no, he's actually practicing journalism. Isn't this the same kind of personality that we're dealing with, Wilbert, here?
Yes,
And
that's
that is,
very accurate, Simba.
yeah. Yeah, someone who has got this personality. Is it like, I don't know, psychologists call them narcissists? Individuals who seem to have this split personality
They're like
that they can be so
the
horrible,
best
right?
word is detector.
Yeah, they can be extremely horrible, and then later on they can be extremely nice, right? And then at the end of the day, people might have even forgotten that that their characters that need to be removed. So how does a community like Zimbabwe deal with a personality like Mnangagwa?
But
Wilbert.
I think what you should understand here is we have a society that has largely been brainwashed to the point of being utterly useless. Mnangagwa is not a genius. Mnangagwa is not smart. Earlier on, we're talking about how he has associated himself with uh, individuals whom you say to yourself, why is he doing that? That is not being somebody who is being smart. That is somebody who can show, who clearly one can see here is an individual who is corrupt, incompetent, and will shoot himself in the foot. There was nothing to be gained from the, for instance, the gold mafia. He was the one who was being shortchanged there. But the way he thinks that, oh, no, I'm making progress, that is dumb. At the end of the day, the real people who made real money are the ones who were shipping that gold, declaring that they've taken 5 kgs when they've taken 50 kgs, and shortchanging the country. On paper, the country had a lot of foreign currency from all that gold trade. But when you go to all the banks, they tell you they don't have the money. It's just on paper. We have got a leader who is incredibly incompetent. The thing with ZANU PF is that Mugabe surrounded himself with some of the most incompetent individuals so that he would appear in the Zimbabwe sky as the bright star, the genius. Indeed, some of the individuals who have brain, they had to tone themselves down because in Mugabe's cabinet, you could not survive if you were seen by Mugabe to be a challenge to him. This is why, at the end of the day, we had one of the most inept cabinet in human history, utterly useless. And Mnangagwa has learned the same trick. I agree with the previous speaker there, saying that Mnangagwa has formed parallel structures. Why would you form parallel structures if you were popular with the party in the existing structures? You were talking earlier on about how a mindset of the rural people in Zimbabwe, they are intimidated. Mnangagwa himself has been boasting before the 2023 elections that the party will frog march the people with the party chairman in front, the people in the middle, and the headman at the back. Those are not people who have been inspired and are impressed by what Mnangagwa is doing. Those are people who have been frightened. ZANU-PF has been a party ruled by fear, not by intelligence. The whole economic collapse we were talking about earlier on about Geza is because what Geza said was true. When he said this Vision 2030 is bullshit, everybody, of course, agreed with it. They can see for themselves what is there that Mnangagwa has achieved ever since he took over in 2017. The economy is getting worse and worse. Corruption is now in overdrive. The infrastructure is it's absolutely destroyed. Simbai, we're talking about Geza there. The country has had load shedding and is getting worse and worse and worse. Why? Because there's no investment. You are the one, ZimEye was one of the publications that covered the story of how Chivayo ripped off Geza for this Gwanda project. That is what is happening in the ground. Up to now, the Gwanda project has never taken off the ground. How much more would the economy have benefited if it had been constructed, commissioned, and is now on stream? And how can somebody say somebody who does something like that is a genius? Beggars belief. You know, and yet he continues to associate with Chivayo. In fact, the guy continues to rip off the country even more. One of the things that Geza also said, which made a lot of sense, is you have got to ask yourself, this Chivayo guy is spending millions of dollars buying these cars. Where is he getting the money from? In a country with a functioning police, judiciary, tax collection, you would say to yourself, if this guy is bringing in a car, he must pay duty. I think some of the people now tell me in Zimbabwe, if you bring in a car, you've got to pay a duty of something like 80%. Is he paying that 80%? I would want to see the receipts of some of those cars. He cleared it with customs and paid this duty so much. And then you trace it back further and saying, okay, how did you make all those millions of dollars? Where is your tax return? Some of it's common sense. The problem with Zimbabwe is we have had a political system that has stifled meaningful debate and meaningful political discourse, and has allowed corrupt, incompetent, and utterly useless leaders to lead the country. That is the problem with Zimbabwe.
Well, I think Mkorokoza, you wanted to chip in something, right? Did I see your hand up or something?
Oh yeah, I wanted to say something. I wanted to add on.
And I think, you know what, please prepare if you can, when we're going to end, right, in about 10 minutes time. I need you to just once again do if you can, a quick recap of that statement. Yekuti, Geza is not alone. Geza could not have just woken up on his own and made those statements. I think there's something in there that I'm hoping, not now, right? But I think, you know, when I asked for concluding remarks, was that I just noticed that a lot of people have been asking me, look, soon after you said it there, they want to hear that. Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead.
Certainly, I'll mention that. Well, I wanted to talk about the 2017. I want to go back to 2017. Because this whole issue, it starts 2017. 2017, even here Geza mentioning about the 2017 issue. He says that ED was fired, people clapped hands that he was fired. ED came back to the party. People clapped hands again for him. So basically, that tells you something. It tells you something about the mindset of the party and the mindset of the individuals within that party. These are not independent thinkers, right? These are people who conform to whatever that is going on, right? I would say that something that would have been proper was that ED coming back, if he was that genuine, of a leader, there was need for an audit, a national audit, to say, okay, the past 40 years Mugabe was in power, how much minerals have we mined? What happened to the money? And to begin with, he could have started with the 15 billion issue, you know. Well, he started off on a good note. We saw Anna Chombo being arrested and Amfumira being arrested, but that wasn't enough. That was more like drama, television, diversion. I don't know if you now like get the sense of what I was telling you about the Makandiwa church sermon today and the Wicknell marriage, being broadcasted on ZBC. It's kind of similar to what happened in the past, where you find Mufumira being arrested, Chombo being arrested. Then years later, you find Mufumira back again in parliament. You see, there is this consistency, in how they behave, in terms of how they behave in front of the nation, right? They know people easily forget, and they utilize that, or they have a way of, what you call this, communication intelligence, how they just, get away with it in front of your eyes, and knowing that no one is going to make noise about it, a national audit was required 2017, but no one ever made any cognizant of it. A national audit was required to say, okay, takuvura mavaults enyika, gold, to see how much gold do we have, gold reserves, how much do we have, how much money do we have, how much, like how has been money been spent, how have we been paying the Chinese, I've been watching recently the media, how Trump has been making his deals publicly, on TV, on live television, whilst everyone sees him signing the deal, right? National deals, right? That's transparency, And I learned something that nations, they can even make deals over minerals to say, we give you aid. Then for you to pay us back, you need to give us your precious minerals in return. So I'm just thinking about it to say, how many mountains, that have been digged up, some they no longer existed, right? As a way of paying back the Chinese, the minerals that have been mined in them, as a way to pay back the Chinese for the aid that they've been giving us. An audit for everything, that audit never happened. And that's when the problem began, because it was just now more of a continuation of what was happening, but with a clear exchange of new faces to the eating table, right? It was just like kuti imi manga mchinyanya kudya, isusu tisiri kudya. We also now want the share to the table now, and what initially they wanted to address, they failed to address that. So you'd find that them failing to address that, that's what Geza has been talking about, to say that we've been talking about removing thieves around the president. But if you find Geza's stance and all that they've been doing, it's more of regretting, to say, we thought we were doing the right thing, but sorry. You'd find Geza in his tone, he's regretting. These are people who are regretting, and he's not regretting alone. He's regretting with other people, to say, we thought we were doing the right thing, and now they're saying, sorry guys, we made the wrong decision. We thought we were doing the right thing, but we made the wrong decision. So you'd find that them acknowledging that they made the wrong decision, it highlights something, to say, it's not just Geza thinking about this. It's not just Geza regretting, but it's Geza and other people behind the scenes who do not want to be mentioned. Because the moment you come out the limelight, right, you find a video where Mnangagwa talks about Mujuru going out of the party, saying that they were chased out of the party. Then he says that if you do not tread the ZANU-PF line, we make sure that you go out of the party. That's a statement that he said. So you'd find that some people are afraid, to be chased away from the party, but they are in the party. They are witnessing this unfairness. Then let's look at the details at the recent gatherings. Wima here, you'll find him saying that Pakatapa, same sumza maoku, same fara, same kuombera. Those details, people have been overlooking those details. Those are like clear signs of fractions within the party. That's like a clear division. You will never find a ZANU-PF rally where people are instructed to clap hands or asked why they're not clapping hands, So that kind of gives evidence that it's not just Geza and other elders regretting, but it shows that some members within the party probably, they've taken Geza's side within the party. And those members, they might not hold positions, they might not hold influential positions, but they've taken a side and probably they're ready for anything as well. And within the central committee, you'd find, I'm a person who pays attention to detail. I listen. You find Patrick Chinamasa in his recent press conference. He talks about people who were who attended the meeting, right? That resulted in the expulsion of Geza. He mentions certain names. Right? And Mutsangwa was not mentioned. Like I told you before, that Mutsangwa had more of a polite, response towards the Geza issue, and he was not angry about it, compared to Chinamasa's response to the Geza issue. Chinamasa's response was more of a fright, a frustrated Kade. He was annoyed about Geza's remarks, and he was more in a no-nonsense position compared to the position that Mutsangwa was in the press conference when he was asked about the Geza issue. If you think about it, just think about it, if Chinamasa was the first person being asked about the Geza issue, not Mutsangwa initially, would he have responded the way Mutsangwa responded when Mutsangwa responded talking about like the Maniza, say Geza brought Maniza. Geza is a good commander, I worked with him. That's what Mutsangwa said. And when Chinamasa came, he said that Mutsangwa was not available. Mutsangwa was not available for this press conference. So I'm the one who came to do this press conference. Why was he telling us that? So you'd find that there is division, whereas, like I told you before, Geza didn't just wake up on his own to just say those things. These things were well thought. It was a last resort. I would say that it was a kiss of death to say we are ready. And there are certain things. There are things that are going on. Let me just tell you something. Why is it that
You call it what, the kiss of death?
yeah, it was the kiss of death. you'd find that why is it that Nox Chiveru, why isn't he being looked for? He said this, he almost uttered like the same words that Geza said. Why aren't they looking for Nox Chiveru? Why aren't they looking for the other guys that were sitting on the because kugocha moto imbava you're part and parcel of this. Why aren't they looking for those other guys? Why is it Geza? You know? So you'd find that to say there might be deliberations that are taking place.
Like meeting negotiations that are taking place that are similar to
Yeah.
those of November 2017, right? Where someone is being asked to resign peacefully, resign gracefully,
Yes.
resign gratefully.
Yes. But you have individuals like Muda. Okay, guys, I want you to go back to the ZANU-PF videos, footages, press conferences, and all that. You'd find that the first time the 2030 Resolution 1 agenda started, it was Muda who stood up. When he stood up,
Mnangagwa's own driver. Mnangagwa's own car driver.
Mnangagwa's sons also stood up. Look for that video, the first video. You find Mnangagwa's sons also stood up and Muda. There were just few people who stood up. Then they started singing the 2030 mantra. But the other comrades in that room, they were just sitting down. They were even surprised what was going on. In the ZANU-PF that we know, if that 2030 agenda was that popular, they wouldn't even force it on people, right? They wouldn't force it on people. They'll just stand up on their own naturally. They'll clap hands naturally. They'll just stand up and ululate. That's the ZANU-PF that we know. Not to force people to say Ngatiti 2030, Okay, let's fast track this. There is intelligence that within the party, right? There are divisions where you'd find that kune vanhu zvinonzi vanhu vachiwenga and vanhu va-ED. That exists in the party, and you'd find that vanhu vachiwenga, those are people from Marsh East, from Marsh West. That's Geza. And if you look closely, that's where the most turmoil has been taking place within the party, Marsh West, and that's where Geza comes from. That's where the most expulsions have been happening. That's where Geza comes from. That's where the VP comes from. That's where Tinoma Chakaire comes from. That's where the Minister of Transport, Mona, that's where he comes from. That's where Mary Muliswa, that's where she came from, and she was fired from that position of a Minister of State for Marsh West, and she was given a lower rank. And you would find talking about the Geza issue, to say Geza, Anfano Zingo and the party and all that. And let's be honest, she might be using that opportunity to redeem herself in a way, because she was fired from a position. It's not that she was genuine in what she was saying. Just think about it. And if you know Mary Muliswa's position, the one that she had, that was like a parallel for Temba. Temba, they could not make him a minister directly, so they made a sister minister. They could have chosen one of the sisters, but they chose Mary Muliswa. Why? Because Mary Muliswa was the one who accepted the role of being a minister. And they couldn't appoint Temba directly, because it was against party protocol and all that. So you'd find that she lost that position. Temba lost a seat in Norton. These details that I'm talking to you about, these fine details, Simba, they've been overlooked, but that was ED's steps consolidating power within parliament, chasing away Temba, the most vocal voice, because he knows Temba cannot be controlled. He doesn't need a vocal voice in parliament. He's the one who placed him in there. He's the one who removes them, who removed him, with Faz helping Richard Tsangerai. So ED's steps towards consolidating the 2030 agenda, if it was in phases, right? It's probably on the phase 5, waiting for phase 6 when resolution 1 passes in parliament, and that being the final phase, extending his term in office. So I would just say, and I argue that they are now reacting, and because what you want to but I don't know if you sense to say time is already gone. Why would butter right now when ED has already covered the ground whilst they weren't looking? Now they are now realizing, say, Chamisa, Chabangu, when they use Chabangu. Okay. Look at ED's address at Pickup Farm. He talks about a short story, a tale that he tells the people. He says that an old man was at a growth point and a snake was in his mouth. That's like ngano yanga kudzawan. A snake was in his mouth. Then they looked for a village elder, right? And they asked this elder, how best can we remove the snake in this old man's mouth? Then this village elder said, go over and look for a frog, tie it with the cotton wool, then put it close to the mouth, then the snake will come out biting the frog. If you're someone who studied literature, if you're someone who studied, those kind of statements, you'd find that was ED referring himself as like the village elder and Chabangu being the frog. Whereas Chabangu was used to take out the snake, which is the opposition in parliament.
By the way, I think it looks like you made a mistake. Chwenga is not from Mash West; he's from Mash East.
Chwenga is from Mash East. Mash East. Wait. Oh, I'm sorry for that.
It doesn't matter. But right now, Mash West is the hotbed. Mash West somehow it's not his own people who are giving Nangago trouble. It's actually. It's actually people from Mash West, it seems.
I want to make a correction on that. It's Mash West and Mash East, because you find Apollonia Munzerengi, she was fired as well in Mash East, and she was the Minister of State. And now think about it. Apollonia Munzerengo, she was the Minister of State for Mash East, right? Mabel Chunomona, she's from Mash East as well, and you find her being vocal. When last have you seen Mabel Chunomona being vocal? That's her redeeming herself to say, I don't want to be fired. You even find the statements being a bit of impulsive. She fails to calculate in front of the the party members, and the video was captured online. She failed to calculate 210 multiplied by 2. She failed to calculate that. She lied the figures, and the way she was addressing, you'd find that she was more of in a panic mode. People are they're trying to save their jobs in ZANU-PF as we speak right now, because a lot of people have been fired. And it's more about which side are you on right now. The purge is taking place right now. The purge is taking place, and people are just like, being distracted, being, they're being distracted. People are being distracted because just think about it. How many people from key positions, including the military, just within a space of a month, more than 10 key positions were replaced. Think about it. 10 key positions have already been replaced within a space of from February to March right now. You'd find that recently the military, there was a new appointment in the military recently. You'd find that Mnangagwa's security Tito, his son, is now his head of security, the major general. Where have you ever seen the major general being like the head of security in Zimbabwe? That's a top position. How can like the major general be the head of security? So you find that these are details that we overlook, being distracted and all that. But that Ngano, Yakataura at Pickup Farm, Chabangu was used, to take out the Chabangu and Monzora. You'd find Monzora right now is now against ED. But those people were used to fight the opposition. And
Do you really trust Monzora?
No one can trust Monzora. How can you trust Monzora?
I met Monzora face to face, right? And anything that he says, you must always look the other way. Listen to me. I met this man. I met him at Reading, right? When I met him at Reading, we traveled all the way to Oxford. He could not even recognize me. We even communicated. He couldn't even see me who I am. That I am the very same. I am telling you, that is who Monzora is. When he eventually realized who I am at Oxford, we're now at Banbury train station, right? And we're waiting there for a taxi. Do you know what Monzora said? All of a sudden, to his female friend, he then says, this is Simba Ganza. I hope we didn't say anything implicating here.
So, Monzora, I have a lot on Monzora. I wouldn't want to unpack today on Monzora, but I'll say that Senzengu Shabangu, right? The role that he played in removing the members of parliament from CCC, that was technically phase 4 of the 2030 agenda, or phase 3 of the 2030 agenda. And Anana Geza, karuka, when the steps already have advanced to, a later stage. That's why you find Geza taking the last resort, which was the press conference. I would say that was the kiss of death, because you'd find that he said that he's stressed to say he doesn't listen to anyone. He said, Anzi, am I Ivana Baba to step down? If you're someone who there are people there are people who analyze language, people who analyze language and speech. You'd find that the way Geza was speaking, right, he spoke from an emotional point of view. You'd find that the video that was taken, right, yakakatwa parts, meaning to say other parts, I told Baba, try to calm down and deliver this message in a more, calm manner. He did his best. Geza was angry, and that's why I was saying that, him delivering that message with the insults, it kind of cast a shadow to the facts in what he talked about and in what he raised. But regardless, they heard the facts. They now know the facts, and you'd find Tungwarara saying kuti atina kuya panapa nekuti Geza akataura. Of course, vauya nekuti Geza akataura. Because if he hadn't talked about it, they wouldn't be doing what they're doing now, to say we're giving each province 1 million. Hey, the war veteran fund. Now they're saying kuti vana war veteran. Because someone steals over the Antinakuba, then you already know that this person is the one who stole, right? How you're not asked, no one asked you to mawile, then you come and say, "Atina kuya nekuti Geza ataura." Ah. Just think about it, Simba. Just think about it.
Well, let's hear from Signor. Signor, I know you've been waiting. Signor, you can 2 minutes again. We're supposed to be shutting, but I know Signor has been waiting. Signor, if you're not available, then maybe let's hear from Davazezwe. Davazezwe,
Just
give
a
us your
minute
2 minutes.
after Ndabeziwe, just a minute after Ndabeziwe.
Okay, thank you. Am I audible, Simba?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Responding to the question up there, this regime won't arrest war vets because doing that, they will be shooting themselves right on the foot. That will be a Sarajevo of our time. We know how ZANU-PF relies on war veterans from the time immemorial. So arresting them, they will be turning their downfall. But however, for citizens who are awake like us, we see what is happening. They are sacrificial lambs like Blessed, and even you, Simba, if you were in Zimbabwe, you'll be behind bars or having abducted us, not knowing where your remains are. That's the regime we live with.
Why don't you believe that I am the one who locked them up? Why don't you believe the other way around?
I'm too ignorant probably to
my powers, to
go
the
that
powers
way.
that I have.
Yeah, you have the powers, but to them, your powers are powerless. What I mean is, Geza has told the nation what the nation already knows. So it's a dream for us to expect ZANU-PF to arrest Geza. They can fire him in ZANU-PF even though it was not procedural according to their constitution. But that's a time bomb ZANU-PF is sitting on as we speak. We don't know what tomorrow brings. Things can turn. Actually, they will turn. We mustn't lose hope as people who are yearning for change. Change is coming regardless. I haven't seen a government that prioritizes buying bicycles for 76 to 80-year-olds. People who are destined to be pushed in wheelchairs. How is a bicycle going to help a family that is struggling to ferry their sick to the nearest clinic where there is no medication for that matter? How will a hungry war veteran cycle in those rough roads, distances to places where they will be wanting to go? That's what shows me we've got a clueless government that does not rationalize whatsoever they want to implement. In a nutshell, what Geza said is what people know. The problem, I don't know if we are too educated as Zimbabweans, since the world take us as educated people, we are scared of the streets. We are scared of what other nations are doing. We saw what happened in Mozambique. We saw what happened in Kenya, to name a few. But nothing of that nature has happened in Zimbabwe, probably simply because we fear of the militarized state institutions. But the very people who wield power and have weapons are suffering just like us. They gave us a window or an opportunity to protest when they flooded the streets 2 or 3 weeks ago. That was the time Zimbabweans could have joined in to test the waters. But we failed to take advantage of that opportunity. So I really don't know what's next, but we need to galvanize and take this government heads on. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. Senor, are you still here? Saka government yakuda kuita kaya kumana. Takagadzira ere, if we put our tools into working here, what type of new government that we want and how we want it. Have we planned? In my plans, so are you planning? Yeah, let's hear. Senor.
Zimbabwe is not ready for that.
Zimbabwe is not ready.
Zimbabwe is not ready. You'd find that by now, you are in the UK, Simba. You find that there are shadow governments, whereas someone stands in as the shadow Minister of Agriculture and implements certain things or proposes certain ideas whilst they are outside of government. And that's them more like campaigning to say, if I get the position, I'm already doing it. This is what I'll be doing. We don't see that in Zimbabwe. People want to be in the position so that they are able to do certain things. They haven't yet mastered that art of saying that you can work outside the government, right, and get recognized for your competence, for your good work. Then you get appointed within the government. People want to be elected first so that they act. But you find that if you elect them, they don't even act.
Mukorokoza, I have a question for you. We had this shadow thing during the inception of MTC, when MTC came into the political arena in 2000 actually, with shadow ministers. I remember Rensen Kasela was the shadow minister of agriculture. We had the likes of Roy Bennett and the like being shadow ministers. Did we see any change, or did we see ZANU-PF opening up for the opposition to implement its policies?
Well, we never saw that. I wouldn't want to lie to you, but you'd find that people like Roy Bennett, they had a lot of impact within the government, regardless of ZANU-PF being difficult. You'd find that those people still made an impact. That's why we even mention them today, because they made an impact in their own small way or in their own big way.
But what I'm trying to say, we can blame opposition, as you put it, that as you referred to Simba, that there is shadow government in these other developed nations. But in Zimbabwe, that terrain is muddy. Actually, it's closed. There is no room for shadowing in Zimbabwe as long as you are opposition.
Jaima Fume, I'll bring you characters like Monzora, I'll bring you Kalechi, that's opposition in Zimbabwe. I'll bring you characters like Senzengu, Chabangu, Kupe. That's opposition in Zimbabwe. And you'll find that all those people, right, they've betrayed the people somehow, right? Yes, they're opposition at some point, but on the next note, those people are betraying the people. It seems like they're being opposition so that they get benefits for being in the opposition. Because at the end of the day, you should not ignore the fact that opposition, they get money, even if they lose the elections.
Yeah, according to our constitution, yes, there is that Parliamentary Parties Act, which guarantees those parties that have a number of sitting councillors or parliamentarians to receive government funding. However, in ZANU-PF, it's like that money comes from Shek building. It's not coming from the treasury. And I laughed when you referred to Sengezo Shabangu as opposition. I haven't seen an opposition member who goes to his opponent, political opponent, and declares that we support 2020 mantra, which is unconstitutional for that matter. But you refer to him as an opposition member. You refer again to people like Jacob Mafume, who attend activities at Herbert Shitepo School of Takari. That's not opposition we can talk about.
But you find that these people have been brought in by the opposition. You'd find that Anachamisa, these are the people who appointed these people to those positions. Sengezo Shabangu GT wasn't appointed by ZANU-PF to be in CCC. He was appointed by CCC members. Then ZANU-PF used him. So you'd find that certain opposition members, they become compromised over time.
Which CCC appointed Shabangu?
Shabangu was in CCC. He didn't come from Norway. Are you saying that Shabangu came from Team A?
He wasn't in CCC.
I think he was in CCC.
He was CCC. Look through it. Look at the records. He was CCC.
No, if he was CCC, why did he field these candidates that did not make it to Parliament during the first round before recalls?
Well, you should understand that Sengezo Shabangu, when he got to Parliament, he was the Secretary General of the CCE. He appointed himself as Secretary General of CCC, but he was a member.
Thank you for correcting yourself that he appointed himself. But before he appointed himself, he ran a parallel structure that filtered candidates in Bulawayo who dismally lost.
But think about it. He was a member. He was a member, and they even agreed. Anachamisa, they even agreed to say, yes, this guy is a member.
I feel like it's a waste of time talking about opposition now. I mean, how many of you guys have been following?
Sorry, I think someone has been cut there. Wilbert, shoot.
How many of you guys have been following the Justice Marriage street? How many of you?
Wilbert doesn't speak, maybe Signora can take up.
Can you tell Simba that I'm speaking? Maybe he can't hear me.
Yeah, Simba, Signora is speaking.
Sorry about that. So, please go ahead. I think I can't hear him. You should just go ahead. Yeah.
I'm saying it's rather a waste of time at this time and moment talking about the opposition. Akuna, how many of you guys have followed Justice Marizenge's tweet, which I thought by now it should be a content. This opposition, particularly Chamisa, has always been for ZANU-PF from the very beginning. It's no longer a conspiracy, exchange of words, claiming that it's all fake and asking justice to produce evidence. And he posted also evidence in terms of from WhatsApp messages was exchanging with Chamisa, where Chamisa was actually not pleading, but asking, how would you damage me like that? In a way. Have you guys not come through that tweet?
Indeed, share link.
Yeah, we saw it. It was a long essay denigrating Chamisa. But in the struggle, Mkwasha, there are traitors. There are people who we might think we are together.
I'm not able to speak freely without fear.
Sorry, who was denigrating Chamisa?
Yeah, I'm not denigrating, exposing. The problem is we are in denial. Goodbyes are not easy, guys.
Who was doing that?
Justice Marezeng. I will send the link right now.
Right.
I yokufananidzira or what. Everything is there. In fact, pane mukomana anonzi political philosopher. Muterere zvakasimba mukomana eye. The long shot akataura something so profound that Chamisa akapinda up there through Elizabeth. Those who understand, who know, they know. Controversy yakaitika kuchipatara between Nkoma Changirai and Chamisa, actually telling him off. This is a family affair, and besides, you are not even in the executive. It just gives you an indication, Yekuti. There were also allegations. Takambotukwa pama space panap. Yeah, kuti women. So what? This is politics. Hakuna kuti women. They abuse women. Nokuti tataura nezokuti there were accusations. Chamisa having an affair na Elizabeth. It's not me claiming. It's something that is historic, whether it was true or not. But just
So you're
linking
saying,
it to
so you're saying the alleged affair that you are purporting here
I'm
is what
simply
made
saying,
Chamisa lead.
Munono's political philosopher who has been in the opposition trench for a long time, but she took another matters. But in Wanda, she said,
Aiwa, if you
You
say
know
he
what?
has been
okay,
to the
let me
trenches
leave
for a
it.
long
Let
time,
me,
you are misfiring, Signoro.
let's respect the
No,
audience. I'm not going to argue
I
about
do
this.
respect, but I
Hold
don't
on,
respect
hold on, hold on.
I don't
Your
respect
remembrance
your
or what?
presentation.
No. Don't pretend you don't understand. Simba, let's drop it. I'll send information. Tita Nyai.
No, but
Your
hold
topic
on.
here.
On
Your
that,
topic
it's
here.
important,
No,
Signor.
guys. I'm very sober.
Signor, those are damning allegations.
I'm not
That is not
interested.
fair. No, but
Simba,
it's
you also should
you have dropped
listen.
them. You have dropped them on a space,
Simba,
and Chamisa is
Simba.
not here
Are
to
you
defend
able to
himself.
listen, Simba? Be a listening leader. I'm saying those allegations, can we talk about it somewhere, another place? I'm now talking about the topic here. I don't have energy
Are
to
you
waste.
privy? Are you privy to the allegations yourself, so that when we
So
ask you questions,
your
you will answer
topic
us
here,
here?
I'm very sober. You can't, and you can't interrogate, you can't force me to talk about what I said I don't want to talk about. So, Simba, your topic
So why
here,
are you bringing it in? Why are you bringing it up?
look, you don't tell me what to do. It's my right to speak what I want, and I've dropped it. That allegation, I'll speak about it when I want. Simba, your topic here. My
Yeah.
own veterans, you can laugh like a moron. I don't care. So your topic here, Simba, which is very interesting. And then I've got a very uh, so jealous. I'm a friend of the elders, including my own veterans. I can talk the whole day about our veterans. Pane mhando nemhando dzemawo veterans. Kune vasinatora makhadhi ekwamawo veterans. So the divisions is ameno kwamuri kana zviri zvitsva, and again something so profound. ZANU-PF as a party, the institution yemawo veterans, they've never been glued together. It's very simple, military and civilian. You don't take orders from civilians. ZANU-PF has been trying over the years to capture, which is impossible. You can't capture a military personnel. You can't. Their training is to kill. Their training is to do what they can do best as a soldier. Azvina kana bvunzo izvozvo. So they've been slowly inducing the war veterans. You know, people are born different. Vamwe vanobva, unhu hwavo, quality yavo yekuva musoja nenzara. But up to now, you have no idea that some more veterans very senior, ukuthi Geza tikamisa paline anenge ari kuma-150, who are still alive. That will make you understand. Simba, I asked pano pa space ngati iwewe nyoka yemabhunu. I don't know it. Nandoziva ndiClive. Ngati my brother, you may not remember, taisangana uBarclays, just kungoseka zvedu. I know him. Ndikati kunanyoka mabhuni, if you are a real war vet, I don't know. But go and call vamwe venyu, vapenyu, and you can attest to that he did not respond. It is only when we discover kuti kune mamwe ma veterans mbishi, including Mutiniri, who was supposed to be commander, who was more senior to Mjuru, who is silent. That's when you begin to understand what is happening in this institute. There are some who are arrogant. It's either you're arrogant, you keep quiet, we forget about you, you don't exist. It includes one other than Alfred Mutasa, whom I had a very good relationship, only to discover kuti for the longest time anga asiri muZimbabwe, he was in England. Nokuti akanzi mutengesi, ndati kune mhando nemhando. There are people who don't want to talk, particularly these people who are disciplined, who are fighters. Avapiwe ma orders, nema saskab. So my divisions are ukuvunza panapa, but these divisions have always been there. It's a desperate attempt by the politics of the land to capture the war veterans. It's failing naturally. A soldier is a soldier. So let's not have this misrepresentation yekuti ma war veterans neZANU-PF ziri pamwe chete. No. I don't want to entangle myself, Simba, and everybody here. And I say in the Gwara so that I don't get anyone to tell me what to say about Signor Taurai. I say what I can say best. I can connect to some people who can tell me exactly what is Soroma Geza, Arkufunge, is it genuine or what? But I choose not to because it's not like the space. It's one thing to understand what's happening. I don't know. We may talk about it lightly, my negotiations inenge karate baba. Unless if we don't understand or we don't believe that something similar is now history 2017, there was a lot happening in the background. If you want,
But I tend to differ, Signor. I tend to differ with you when you separate war veterans from ZANU-PF.
what's the
Because
question?
if you look at the
Sorry,
higher
what's the question?
echelons,
Sorry, what's the question?
I differ with you where you separate.
Just say the question where you differ with me so we move with speed, my brother.
Why do you say war veterans are not part of ZANU-PF?
I know. I'm telling you, maybe you're not listening to understand. In the Signoro, I'm the founder of Zimbabwe Culture and Culture Protection Trust. That doesn't make me special. I've rubbed shoulders, Okdaro. I've had a meeting, Nepal member, top government officials, not as a spy. The little that I've acquired, nobody answer why. I may not be accurate, and I accept to be corrected. I'm not talking about Zokudzwa, Kazukuverenga. But I hope, as usual, and I repeat as usual, we've got certain people who are ordained. When they sneeze, we all jump. When they say information about Zimbabwe, we believe them. It's okay. I'm used to that. But which is again an important issue, Simba. We are all trying to find out how best we can get Zimbabwe working again. Every piece of information is critical, but then
we can't get Zimbabwe working if we fail to diagnose.
No, if you look, Babazala, look, I'm an aggrieved person. You are aggrieved now, Opetimpov. If you want us to take that route, let's not just bring our emotions. I can bring my emotions, but I don't want. I'm disciplined because at the moment I don't have to be emotional to talk about my personal issues. So much that I refuse what I don't know. It's stupidity for me to refuse something because I don't know it. I'm saying something so profound, but no. Ngatangotora zvese to package, but let's listen to every voice. in my own space ndochifollowa zvataurwa naNdaba eZizwe, zvataurwa naSimba, zvataurwa naSinyoro hazvirambidzwi. You can then find out kuti Sinyoro anorwara haasi kutaura zvine musoro nezvekupenga. It's easy like that. But if you want to be selective, I've seen it. Just a few days ago, so that you understand, I'm not going to take long on this one. Some of us have been talking about Kudata Gwire the longest. Tishitukwa Baraba. Do you know now Kudata Gwire's first wife, Mukoma wa Grace Mugabe? Something also which I didn't know, but it was said on a decent space. Somebody jumped in and said, tinokunzwai muchitaura. Tichaurisa state. Mutaurisa maZimbabweans. Mataurisa moda kuvhara kuti vamwe vasataure. But what am I saying? It will then make you understand that somebody cannot just be big overnight. No. Kuda has always been frontier first family. Mnangagwa has inherited a lot of things, including Anamanize. Because we are so stupid to be told that I'm the army of everything, as if he has discovered the things today. Those are lies. And then we create it in our own mind that Akagara Chura Nakuda. I'm simply saying, guys, the history of Zimbabwe is critically important for us to understand Zukitika right now. We will be able then to find solutions together and move together. Lapota Hangu, if I had money like Chivayo, I would give each one to pay attention to everybody and have people to scrutinize everything Zataurwa. At the end of the day, even if Zataurwa was really 10, we will be able to say 2 out of 10 is what we say is true and correct. Tinoparara tese. Now, Yayama veterans, he says, clear, I'm not here. Signora, ZANU-PF, Parliament, wherever they know me as Signora. I choose to be called Signora. I cannot talk about national affairs in Chinyempa. Anyway, I'll move fast to the guy Taura Nije. Panamchinda Taura Kataura Nenya Muda. Muda is more like a brother to me. And now Kamana is more like I know him. I can even tell you how he ended up very close to Mnangagwa. It's not important for now. But that guy has got a lot of information here, Taura, which resonates with what I'm saying. I've not heard him before. I don't think you've heard this guy talk. But it then tells us it is true, Muda. There are some things that I cannot talk about here. How close he is to Auxilia. And then when you hear somebody saying the husband-wife between Emerson and Concilia, it's ceremonial, you then add dots. Yes, he's more like part of the family. Owen Mudamu Gabe, we used to call him that. Those who know, they know. DM Nakatanga 2020 mantra. It's as simple as understanding that chimwendo zvekungovhundutsa apera basa ED. ED yachembera. What am I saying? The legacy is not for ED. It's for the family. And it's only logical to understand why Muda would speak louder than even the president. He's smart like that. I'm not saying he's good. He's smart like that because he's got a political voice which is needed in the family setup. That's why he's pushing. But in our report, we should not be talking about 2030 now. By now, we should be very far talking about the dynasty. That is so scary. That is the thing that we should be talking about now. The monarch. And it's no longer a conspiracy. It was said openly, Vana Maduku wakauya, but tinonzwa zvisina basa. Zvine basa. Where this 2030 mantra, the lead to the stories, just 2030 leading to monarch. Mapepa ari kufamba izvozvo. But ndinofunga we don't have a shared understanding of what is being crafted here. This is why tisina hasha. This is why tichiteera muswe nyaya dzinongori dzakabatana nemonarchy, but this is that important. Thank you. There are too many issues on the issue of monarchy, but we choose kuteera nyaya dzimwe dzisina basa chipolitics mapepa ari kufamba. It's sad for me to wake up one day ndonzwa kuti patova nearrangements Zimbabwe yaitoturnwa into a monarch state. I'll join the wagon. I will not exclude myself. I will say we are fools, educated fools. I'll be part of that, even though at the moment I'm pleading with Zimbabwe to say, guys, chimboonayo zvatiri kuona, chimboonayo zviri kuonekwa naJonathan, zviri kuonekwa naSusan. This is not time to fight. Inamwe. I was that crazy that when there's a crisis in Europa, we don't have to fight. We have to alert each other and move together. Mapepa ari kufamba ndakatozvikopawo kune vamwe vanhu vanotaura pano pamaspace, and it means a lot. Chabangu is facilitated that stumbling block to silence the politics of Zimbabwe. We have been robbed. We are all alone. It's a fact. But we don't want to add dots. But why did they do that? They first captured the politics. They muted the politics. Now they are creating this narrative that historically the people of Zimbabwe, at some point, they agreed to put their political jackets aside and move together and push for the one-party state agenda, which was put on the table 1980. It's not pleasant, it's not rather, but sometimes we have to be honest, and that denial syndrome must throw it away. It is what it is. This is what they've engineered it that way. But let's capture the leadership, and then administrative will say there is an agreement by opposition of Zimbabwe. They are represented by who? We are represented by who? The same people that have let us down. So it's no longer about kuchema in a revolution. Bana kuchema mwana wa mdara. This don't fight. Zatukita zvinezevanu. Mwende. We're acting like politicians who are humble, diplomatic, and not to Canada. They've set aside the constitution and they are moving on. They found a loophole in our constitution, which is porous, which is slack, to do what
Well,
make us cry, Mangwana. How did we end up in this situation?
Cyril, while you're there, I've just posted something there that says I know it's a side discussion. We had a discussion around this last time. We're going to be rounding down in 5 minutes, and our other guest is gone, Wilbert. Wilbert, that other guest who was speaking about the topic, and he's now gone. But I was hoping that he would be here, Wilbert, so we can like get some concluding remarks around this topic.
Yeah, let me save the energy and land. We'll betting how we take over.
Sorry,
We'll bet.
hold on, Sierra. Sorry, Wilbert, yes.
But I want to wind up Simba. Getting emotional
but
now.
Peter, 30 seconds because
But you're wasting time, Simba. Let me finish.
Okay,
So Wilbert, take over. I'm just reminding you, my space Taita na Nemskana Uyawe. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again. Hey, you remember? Expecting a difference. Tofanga kuzvituka tichere chikomba tidrew a line Mwari vangatibatsira kubva mudenial syndrome. Then tonyatsodila neproblem. I could be wrong, but I will tell you our biggest problem right now. It is the capture of the whole economy being put in the hands of the first family. Shakatanga sukuseka, land belonged to the president. We kept quiet. That is so dangerous. Imba yako iri pavhurani. Now think of it. Think Zimbabwe. Think and think again. Kana mapepa ari kufamba. Where will we start when we will in a situation where it's a fully fledged monarchy state? I yield my mic with words of hope. Teachers Vanganyura. Nothing lasts forever. It is a struggle. It's not a one-man band. It's not a one-day event. But Tinoshka Chet and victory certainly guaranteed. I salute you, Zimbabweans.
Right, thank you. Rubin.
Yeah, yes, but I think Makorokoza, what he said in his
Yeah, I think just hold, if you can hold on to that, because I want that to fast to conclude in about 3 minutes time. But I think Pillar of Strength has got a question for Signora. Pillar of Strength, shoot.
Yes, mine is to Senior. To the good. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, perfectly.
Yes, Senior. Kanakurunzi Jamisa is working for ED. Then, why do we need? Why do they need Chabang of Akupi?
So I'll answer it in 30 seconds. Take it that I'm in a court of law. I'm just a witness to the case. This is a very serious issue. Just share tweet. We're not talking of ancestors. Justice Mazingaripo. They have to come. To further deeper than that. But I respect your question, and I'm not avoiding it, but I think it's no more time to deal with symptoms. It's no more time to deal with Makua, Bana Signora. It's no more time to deal with my conspiracies. We have to move very fast, guys, with the speed. I hope that
But you came with a conspiracy. You came with a conspiracy.
I see conspiracy. If you listen to me, I'm saying there's a tweet. Iripo. Yokuti waiona. Okay, can you Google Nyayaga Vondorwana advocate Herbert? I don't know how far he's gone. He wants to do a space. I told him, I've said you have taken an initiative. I don't know how far he's managed to, because he then tagged him, can you come to my DM? That Aripo Justice Saka, when you then come back and say conspiracy, my friend, let me just say, in investigations, the first suspect is the complainant. There are a lot of things that happen. You pick this one, that one, that one. You don't become selective. Even conspiracy, no shanda, no decamo. But what is critically important is kubata muzwenya. But if we want to then go back forth near conspiracy, I choose to lose the battle. That musandi terere ndukungo wawata. Tongo siya zakadar. But simbancha kushare that link iripo. Kochiguneta chi. Then we start from there. I choose Ngoti, okay, you are right. I'm just waffling what air. So that we save time, my minutes are Sarah Titaurij. I can't just talk like this. So I'm no longer in the zeal. In fact, I've never been. When it comes to issues of national interest, I may not have the V11. And you could pay and now foot. Mandazaka na chikwanza kutaura kuti red roll. Asa ndikupe man. Wow, special is Mandaza to me. I also have to protect myself if I have to. This kind of dialogue, guys, kutaura usingadi kutaura Kana mchikonga nezvokunyepa, it's okay, but tukukuseka every day after saying that somebody whom you respect comes and tell you exactly what you would have refused here on the spaces.
Signor, just make it make sense.
I beg your pardon.
Just make it make sense. Simplify everything that you're saying.
It's not conspiracy.
We're not here
Mzukuru
to
wangu,
confuse each
mzukuru
other.
wana Signor foot from, let me brag. Akarwara, it's in the public domain that there was beef. Passport ya Changira ya Shaika. But it's only normal that why would I take interest in the notes twice so that 2025 go my details. I'm already leading you to the story. No. What you are asking me to do here, to give you every detail. Izvo zvindikakutaura kuti Zodwa Mtunzi unomuziva here uchati akupinda papi haasiri here akasetera Tsvangirai naNokadia. Do you know who Zodwa Mtunzi is? Then what did you know V11?
Okay, who knows who Zodwa Mtunzi is?
If you don't know Zodwa Mtunzi, the any travel agent, you know Traverse. My brother, in I'm producing product, right? I'm not bragging. If I'm bragging, it's allowed.
Listen.
Ndakashanda muZimbabwe. I've been a business person muZimbabwe. I've seen these things, but they didn't make sense kwandiri. Saka napakutaurwa nyaya zvinhu zvakaitika ndiripo padhuze ndichizviona handinganyari kutaura kuti nokuda kuti handina V11. Then just like I tell you, I will not mention the name. Where I derive this thing, not conspiracy, kuti Chiwenga, he has always been refusing to do coup. Naizhinzwa, because I had partnership in the investigations company yangu ini with somebody that I don't have to share. But Saka, you need to understand. But I choose to be a fool, just hot air, because I failed to satisfy Zwarukuda. To pay my details. Yes. And let me tell you something. And I'm intelligent like that, and then the Coco, there are some people, and don't take it personal, I don't mean you, who will ask you questions. They want to find out, they want to trace you, they track you, that information is so rich, what I wanna say, nani. I don't do that. I don't talk to an system. You'll be shocked if I show you my friends and relatives. You'll be shocked. But I'm not stupid like that. Those mirror one. And I'm saying something here, guys. Don't contaminate your brother, your sister on a national issue. Mirror one. Don't try to prove I'm wrong. What you alpha and omega, signor. What try to prove is system in there's an anti-terrorism unit, which I don't think you understand. I don't think you know it. There's an anti-terrorism.
Exactly. So you should simplify it for the ordinary person.
I should justify what my brother, sorry.
Just come and, no, I'm saying just make it simple for everyone to understand.
I'm not stupid, like, bro. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you what. I have been entangled in the system. Since I've been entangled in the system. Simba, you can check na comfort. You can check na comfort. I have a precedent judgment in Zimbabwe. Kupa pinch kuti zvandotaura entanglement inokudzidzisa zvinhu mamiro akaita kunze.
But just simplify your language.
I'm not obliged to give you finer details. In a family, in a life,
simplify it.
I don't want, I cannot. No, suspect because I know how the machinery works. Now they are eager to know seniors are on point, kana on point. The next things they want to know, you contaminate one was not information. I will not do that, my brother. Sorry. but ngatifambe shoma pachaita space
But then
chakuvhunza
what's
kuti
the
mavhile
point of
11
coming?
wawaitawo.
No. What's the point of coming for space for Nevan?
I'm sorry for wasting your time. I've heard that a million times.
Dictionary,
I,
nay. Just come
I
and simplify
look,
what you're saying.
in interrogation there's a
Ndakubvunza
let me tell you what,
kuti
interrogation simba mutauriro yanditika inini shamwari ka noda vanhu 10 15 handidi vanhu vanodzidzira chiinforma pamaspace.
ndakubvunza kuti iwewe wati Chamisa is involved.
Handina kuti Chamisa is involved. Ndati Chamisa is captured. You're not even listening to understand.
You said Chamisa works for ED.
Wachinja from involved working for ED now.
Ndakubvunza. Exactly, if he's working for ED, is involved.
Simba mutaurire mukomana weka kana achiwa pakazara vanhu ngaite listen to understand. Signoro said.
Aiwa, signoro.
Now you don't want to listen.
That's respect.
This is a recorded space. I'm not stupid, foolish like that to say something. You are a suspect. Right now, I want to make life easy for you and everybody, so that I rephrase what I said. Which I'm not. Don't say, hey, you keep quiet. You keep quiet and allow me to speak at the same time. Can I go ahead? I'll repeat, Simba. Ndikutini. As an example, Panem Komananon, the political philosopher, what he said, it connected with what I know. That speaks to, whether I want to call it infiltration, kutiakatanga kudara. And I've said, and we have since requested Simba to tweet kupi. I've mentioned a person aripano per tweet per space. In the mix, there's information iri fully detailed. What you are asking me, per tweet iyo. Titipe ma V11. That guy akavati mwa ma V11. A WhatsApp communication yake na Chamisa. It's only foolish at that juncture to keep pushing Signoro to tell you what he has read, other than agreeing to agree as a nation to say, well, here is someone who has offered to give information and it's in the public domain. Aunakuremara, my brother, if you don't know about that tweet. Muzimbabwe, if you don't know about something new, aunakuremara.
What do the WhatsApp communications prove?
Because he was asked, can you prove that communication is Chamisa for real? Then
what do they
message
prove? What is the point?
Chamisa. Now, why would you destroy my life like this? So let him say that.
So what does that statement help?
That statement, it simply means that he has exposed people who thought he was hallucinating by providing messages with the real number, Chamisa, to beef up his what?
My question is this to you. What does that message, Yekuti Mariavenewe, for trying to destroy my life?
I will do that, Kasimba. Who can do that? Which is a fact. It means how can you destroy? Because
are you being fair to yourself on your understanding of such a statement, assuming it came from Chamisa? Does it mean that Chamisa is what you are accusing him of?
I'm not accusing Chamisa. Get this right. I'm sober like that, Simba.
So you are accusing. You said that Chamisa is captured. Your words are very clear that Chamisa is captured.
It's a recorded space. I am not accusing Chamisa. You can insinuate 20, 30,000 times. It won't change. I am saying there's a lead to the story, and I'm giving links to the lead to the story. If you want to take that as an allegation and accusation, it's your own daba. I do not care less. It will not change what I've said, which is recorded here. And my understanding, lack of thereof, it is what I understand. If you want us to go
Okay. And then,
academic
okay.
on another day, you cannot argue about how do you understand the word. It is understood differently by the reader. That's how I understand it.
Okay, Signor. Are you yourself, if someone was to accuse you of being captured by Hopewell, because the other time you came distracting a discussion on space that was exposing Hopewell for being an unsuitable individual on Blessed Mutlanga's campaign. If someone says that because you communicated those things, it means that you are captured in the same breath, would that not be in context along the line? Are you
Can you
captured by
do
Hopewell?
better than senior and not speak Madam? I'm still trying to understand what do you mean. Be specific.
Directly. Are
I
you
will
not yourself?
direct. I was cool.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let me leave it. Now let me get more direct. Let me get more direct. You said that Chamisa was his leadership of the party or handover from Changirai. No. Let me
You
finish.
have
Let me finish.
told
You
people
said it
that
was
I
influence. You
disrupted
said it was.
a space.
You said it
Simba,
was
I'm
influence.
sober like that. You
No,
told
but you said
Zimbabweans
it
right
was
now that
influenced by
I
Elizabeth. You said
disrupted
it was
a space.
influenced by
Simba
Elizabeth. Hold on there.
Let me tell you what. Mira, you just told people
I've
that I
changed now.
destroyed a space.
I'm now going to Elizabeth, the issue of Elizabeth. You said that Chamisa's leadership of the
You
party
see,
was
you are not a
influenced by
leader.
Elizabeth.
You are
So
doing exactly what you're accusing me. Why are you leaving something that you said something right
why
now?
can't you say
Okay,
yeah?
I will allow you to do it your way. Go
What I'm
ahead.
saying is why can't you also say that Chamisa's leadership of the party was influenced by Simba Chikanza, who is on video telling
You want us to
Changirai,
take that route, Simba?
telling Changirai,
You want us to take that route?
Hold on there, telling Changirai to hand over to Chamisa on video.
You want us to take that route, Simba?
You said that Elizabeth influenced.
Yes or no? You want us to take that route?
Yes. I'm taking your route. I am taking your route. Your statement. Your statement. Your statement.
Tora glass
Your
umwe mvura
statement.
uterere zvanoda kutaura manje. Fellow Zimbabweans, ndauda kupedza masports acho. I'll give it as an
Right.
example.
Take 1 minute so that we make it also.
I know you're doing deliberate because I'm coming for you now. Now, I'll start as an example. Ndakabvunzwa naangu Jed. I've been on these trenches for a long time. Nice senior, munogara muchiti vanhu vari captured, vari kept my agenda. Anozvitanga nhasi. Ko inini ndiri captured ndikati angu Jed, teererai munzwe. Inini wacho ari kutaura can be captured. Imimi wacho angu Jed, you can be captured. Now listen to this. Iwe Simba ndavakubvunza panapa. You are equally a suspect to me. How do you get my numbers? A system, as I don't know. It's not easy to get the numbers. It's one thing to get numbers, it's another to get connected. I know it is okudaro. I want to repeat. Simba. I've told you before, and you said to me it's because Mnangagwa anokufarira vanhu vese vanokufarira. Any stupid fool. Okay, you never say that.
I've got phone numbers. You're talking about phone numbers. Yeah.
Fine.
I do have my phone
It's
numbers.
okay.
I do get my phone numbers.
You did not say that.
Even of UK politicians, even
here,
of American politicians. Which one do you want?
But why are you fidgeting now?
Which one do you want?
I choose to lose that argument that you did not say that. Point I'm making, Zimbabweans. I'm not an expert. Even in the corporate world, we've been there. When you are in that portfolio, in the system, we are talking of Minister of Defense, we are talking of Commissioner of Police, we are talking of my brother, loved brother, not for political reasons, Chiwenga. To reduce the list, you talk to them. So I can tell you, Simba, apologies later. You are equally a suspect. How do I asked you that question, Kuti? Who are you working with? Who is giving you that information? And I understand it from an authoritarian regime system, where information that is so sensitive, there are people who can say it and walk scot free. Depends on you, Simba. Subject for another
I can
day.
easily answer you, and I'm sure people can answer
No,
you.
there's no need. There's no need. Somebody will come here and say, if I'm saying what's correct, don't blame me, Simba, because you are the Gunza Mago. I'm
I
sorry.
don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with you speaking.
I'm not
You
bragging.
can even speak the whole night.
Usingapikisani nawo muupenyu and ansikuthreatena. Inini panya eZimbabwe dikoko. Thank God you did it. I'm not provoking you. Kana ukarumwa nemago acho nevanhu, I'm not there. You provoke it. You provoked it yourself. People are coming for you now. That is ndatoita zvandaita zvandachibvunzwa. I've given
Right.
people an
Thank you very much.
insight yekuti
Thank you very much.
you
Right.
cannot lie to me that you can get access to these people. Minister of
Let's
Defense,
get to the
Minister
point
of State
tomorrow.
Security. You're a liar. You're a liar. At the moment you are a liar, Simba. You are a liar. You are a liar. You are a liar. You will tell us the truth how you get that information. Depends anyway. I think comfort akambokuudza.
Have you ever asked
I think
Coca-Cola where it
comfort
gets its?
akambokuudza.
Have you ever asked Coca-Cola where it gets its ingredients from? And ask them. There must be somewhere in the system because their products are always cooked and they always produce the very same Coca-Cola 10 years
I'll
later.
answer you. I've
And so
never.
nice. Right. Okay.
I'll answer you
Let's get
simple. I've
Munya
never.
so nice shoot.
I've
Lele,
never, and I
shoot.
don't know,
Give me
and
right.
I'm willing to
Munya,
learn
come in.
where they get the information from, but
Munya, come in.
I lose that battle as well. Thank you.
Munya, shoot. Munya. Signor wants my journalists who don't have phone numbers of important people, of newsmakers.
Yeah,
I
but
think
what you don't know,
should have been.
Simba, I've been in the
And I should have been
journalism
that type of
industry.
person, Wilbur, who
I've
doesn't
been,
have phone
you
numbers.
know,
I
look,
should be that
Simba, I'm not
journalist
a
who doesn't have phone
professional.
numbers.
I'm not a
Who doesn't
professional
talk?
in. I'm
Who
not a
doesn't talk? Who doesn't talk?
I'm
Who
not a
doesn't talk
professional
to
in
important
journalism.
people? So
I'm not a
let's
professional
get
in
out of here.
investigations.
Let's get
But I've been there, Saka. I
speaking.
know today Yanga Zuara Samara. You know nothing. You did not come Tamboita space Nelora Zamara. Usipe where he was worried about you
Why should I be
journalists.
there? Why should
So
I be?
what
Why
I'm
should I
saying
be
to
there?
you, I choose
Why
to be
should I be there?
foolish. I don't want to argue with an expert. I'm not an expert. But what I'm saying,
Were you there? Were you
you
there? Were
see,
you there?
why are you fidgeting? I'm simply agreeing with you that if you only understood that he tied Zamara because he had information, if only you knew, Kuti, that will tell you that I understand the information I want to. We are talking today, he disappeared today. Not because he was a threat politically. Saka, I'm answering you 360 because I understand my journalists and want information. My journalists find information classified. They cannot just recklessly disseminate that information. I'm not an expert. You can deny, but don't wait for someone to embarrass you to tell you, yes, what Senior is saying is true. Being
Right. Okay. Let's hear from
a guru in
Munya
journalism
Chonai.
does not make you coerce everybody and make you tell people that you are so blessed, Simbach Kanza, you are Alpha and Omega. There are people with sensitive information, they will not release it. I would have gone on and on. Unenya yangu ya unoziva yosimba iri United Nations. Iwe. There's a lawyer anozimandevere unomuziva anofunga. He told me and I respect him. Akati Signor, the only problem is there is conflict of interest with this brother, the political consulate. Akakubira imari. I respect that. It resonates with what I'm saying. It doesn't mean that because you are positioned, you are pivoted, you can have access to information. And then you go about bragging that you are highly favored, that you are a journalist, you can get information anytime, any day, and disseminate it the way you want. then vanasankara vakafirei vasina majenal vasina. And I don't want to die young. Saka yo
Well,
that
Sierra, thank you
provoke
very much.
it.
If you can land,
I cannot say
Shonai, are you
sensitive. You
going to speak?
cannot coerce me to say sensitive information. You are already protected. You know, I'm not protected. They are official spies, by the way. I hold my mic.
Who is
Thank you.
protected? I'm protected. You say I. You accuse me of being protected. Well, Shonai, do you want to speak? Shonai. Cut, you know. Wilbert, it's been a bit of a stretch, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, guys, tatakateka zvinhu tada kuti tiridzwa kuti munosvika papi. But
Sorry?
we were listening. We wanted to understand where the discussion is going. You know what I'm saying?
Right, yeah. So I just found it. I had to say the things and reply, Signor, there because
Yeah.
and I had to make.
So I was listening. I was digressing kuti ndoti nyaya yachona iri kuenda kupi.
You're going to go there. No, what do you think about the supposition that because Simbachi Kanza has got my phone numbers off the top echelon in power, and that because they have tended to pick up his phone numbers, because of that, then it means that Simbachi Kanza is someone. What did Signora say, by the way? Anzi Simbachi Kanza muna akadai andombonzisa. But whatever it is, I'm sure you heard it there. What's your opinion? And you know what? I wanted to say, Munya. From my professional background, I am one person. You know communication, Munya? Ungotaura. Just talking like we're talking right now. Do you know how much I pay? Not I paid, but I actually pay people. How much I've hired people to teach me how to communicate. You folks won't pay this kind of much. Some of you, Mishadona. I've hired people to teach me how to speak 250 pounds an hour. I hope you heard me there, Munya.
I'm listening.
Yeah, I'm just saying, so these are some of the things, when you look at a person who plays football, right? Person like Peter Ndlovu, or who is this latest one? Abafana varikutamba bora mazuva now. Okay, like Wana Beckham, I know Wana Beckham is retired. But this is someone who has invested 10 to 15 years in just playing football. There are people who've invested skill in just talking. Just Ngotaura. For decades, 20, 30 years, just to learn how to speak. And so that when a person picks up the phone, even if it's you, Munya, they've got to give me an answer. And they can't put the phone down. Now, a lot of Zimbabweans don't know how much other professionals have invested in just communication. But anyway, Munya, let's hear you.
Yeah, it's nice to see all the people that have been with you for a long, long time, but not physically, but on a social or online, like Wilbert Mukori. If I am right,
Consistent.
Wilbert Mukori, ndakamuziva tichiri kuyaziwe. I mean, it's social media where we were insulting each other there. I don't know, long back. Itati chiro zviedzi taiwana what's Zimbabwe.com here. I've been here, but it wasn't the Simbasi.com. But I think Simba akazopinda akazouya futi tikateerana Simba, but we had social communication there. where we talked, maybe even courted the courtship and whatever. Nevamwe vanhu vatasangana navo ikoko ende kusvika tazosvika kufacebook kusvika tasvika nhasi patiri panapa. So it's nice to see, but I know Wilbert Nkori in the sense yekuti anga ari munhu aikutaura kuti without reforms, without Zimbabwe will never be one. Not my elections will never make any sense. That was him, and I respect him for that. And I think I believe in that. But without reforms, without any politicians changing their stance today, it's a waste of our time, our energy, and everything to think that today we can talk of anything that can come off Zimbabwe without those reforms that Mukori has been talking about for over so many years. So I don't want to, without having much ado, I would want to hear him ndimo zati Mukori ari kuti kudini, because tikataura hedu zvakawanda, but what I know is stood on those principles for so long that if we don't have reforms, it's a waste of time for anyone to talk for the next elections, and of which I believe that if we don't have reforms, political reforms, not political yet, by elections reforms and all those kind of reforms that can change the situation of Zimbabweans, taking people to elections, it's a waste of time, not for only me, but for everyone else who has the interest of Zimbabwe. Thank you. Mkori, please help us.
Hello, Simba, can I talk? Okay, I don't know whether Simba is still
Yes,
there.
shoot.
Okay, well, I thank you, Munya. I think it's nice to hear that somebody also believe that without reforms, nothing will change. But I think that is been proven true. But what I wanted to get back to is what one of the speakers said, Makorokoza. I don't know him. The first time I've met him on this media. But one of the things that he was saying there is that our problem started in 2017. No, it didn't start 2017. It goes back to 1980, if not even beyond that. In 1980, what happened in Zimbabwe is, as much as we all were fighting for freedom, justice, human rights for everyone, one of the calling cards was one man, one vote. When ZANU-PF returned from the Lancaster House talk, and they had committed themselves to holding free, fair, and credible elections, and they had committed themselves to demobilizing their operatives from the field during the campaign period, sending them to assembly points. ZANU-PF decided they were not going to do that. A number of operatives were left in the field, and they were telling the people that if ZANU-PF does not win the election, the Bush war would continue. That is where our problem started. ZANU-PF never wanted the ordinary Zimbabwean to have a meaningful say in the governance of the country. If that threatened ZANU-PF's hold on power. Unfortunately, ZANU-PF leaders have brainwashed not only fellow ZANU-PF leaders, but those in the army, in the police, in the CIO, and in government positions to believe that only ZANU-PF was the party of government. And that mentality was reinforced when ZANU-PF carried out the Gukurahundi War, which culminated in the signing of the Unity Accords. The Unity Accords enabled Mugabe to set up a de facto one-party state that has ruled the country to this day. The opposition have also been corrupted to the same level as the police, the army, the judiciary, etc. This is why you find during the GNU of 2008 to 2013, our friends, MDC friends, failed to implement even one token reform because Mugabe bribed them. This is where we are. And I think it is important that we should admit it to ourselves that 2017 was an opportunity to force meaningful change if we had not fallen for the quick fix of let's get Mugabe out. Because by coming out in our hundreds of thousands in the street to support the coup, we endorsed the coup. And what is more, we endorsed what followed it, which was replacing Mugabe with Mnangagwa. As much as I respect people like Blessed Geza and his fellow war veterans, I think what we are seeing there is one division of the war veterans who are not happy with Mnangagwa and they're now saying he must be kicked out. But that is no different from what we saw Chris Mutsangwa and others who campaigned for Mugabe to be removed. They are not campaigning to change the dictatorship. They're only campaigning to change one dictator for another. And that is a very important distinction. I believe that if Geza was to give his signal tonight, as we are speaking, I believe that tomorrow we will see hundreds of thousands of Zimbabweans on the street supporting the so-called Geza revolution. And yet we all know that he has made it very clear this is to replace Mnangagwa with Chiwenga. How anyone can see that as a solution beggars belief. We often heard people say insanity is doing the same thing over and over again. I think as a nation, we really take the basket. We have had rigged elections for the last 45 years. And we are willing to go into another process, which we know will never deliver any meaningful change. Repeating the same thing. Repeating 2017 is madness. It's insanity. Even if Mnangagwa does not push through his agenda to change the constitution, and we find ourselves in 2028, I can rest assure you, millions of Zimbabweans will participate in those elections without even one token reform implemented. And we'll find ourselves back where we are now. That is the tragedy of Zimbabwe. Thank you very much, Simba. I don't know whether you want to make any comment there. And Minya, I don't know whether you also wanted to add anything there.
Yeah, thank
So,
you, Corey. I think you just summarized what I wanted you to really impart on, because this is what we have been talking about for so many years. And I remember that was during the time of the Zimbabwe.com. Zimbabwe, before Simba Chikanza, because Simba Chikanza is different from the Zimbabwe.com. Yatakatiri mazuva ayo. We insulted each other. We were fighting to get our voices heard, and we were fighting for having Zimbabwe be a better place, the best we could. But paka pasina direction, and it seems up to today we still don't have a direction. What should we do as Zimbabweans to overcome this regime? Vazhinji vanofunga kuti muzano, vamwe vanoti kwanzi hamuzano, vamwe vanoti kwanzi aiwa muzanulaiti, no, you're allowed to think the way you want, about me. But what I want for Zimbabwe is to be a better place, a place where we can be happy the way we were several years back. And I was one of the persons I was lucky to be happy in Zimbabwe. When we attained the independence, I was 19 years, somewhere there, around 19 years. 19, yeah. It was 18 years, there was 79, 78, 80, 19 years. Then we had so much happiness. We are independent, we can do what we want to do in our country, and we thought we will enjoy, and we did enjoy that kind of life that we thought that was Zimbabwe that we wanted, the Zimbabwe that we wanted through the people that we thought were going to give us that Zimbabwe. But as time went on, we saw that Zimbabwe slipping through our fingers, being taken by those same people to themselves, not to everyone else. Until we left the country, we cannot stand this anymore. We got to leave. We got to go. Because they were taking it away from us while we were watching them enjoying the Zimbabwe that we thought it was ours together. But it wasn't. It was for themselves. And then we said, can we just leave it like that? We started to talk. But our talk, does it bring anything? Yes, it may. It may not. It might bring you misery. You may be locked up like in Mhlanga. Now, Blessing Mhlanga is in jail because he wanted to talk about it. Maybe we are not in jail because we are far away from where we could be put in jail. It's one of those things. But can we leave it like that? Is it the Zimbabwe that we want? No, I think no. I don't think this is the Zimbabwe that we want. And a lot of people will agree with me. Those who don't know where they belong, it's okay. It's their choice, their, whatever. But with the Zimbabwean people, we are tired. We think enough is enough. People have been given enough time to show what they could do, what they could be as leaders, but they failed. And we are saying, let's move Zimbabwe forward, not because of a certain grouping, but Zimbabweans first, not as a party, but Zimbabweans first, in the sense yokuti toda kuti mazimbabweans vave vachifara vazimbabwe izvai vanhu vakawanda vari kunze kwenyika, not because they wanted to be there. The majority of our people are outside Zimbabwe, not because that's where they wanted to be. Zimbabwe is the best place to be. But why are they out? There's no life for them in Zimbabwe. That's why they are out of Zimbabwe. But we can work together to make Zimbabwe again great. Thank you. Ndoda kubvira pano ndisandatuka vanhu.
I think you're referring to the days Anna Savannah, Madamombe, Anna Peel, if I'm not mistaken. Is that giving reference to
No,
Savannah, Madamombe,
no,
when you met Wanabam Kore?
no, he's referring.
Yes, use Zimbabwe.com.
Yeah, he's referring to the days
Yeah.
when
No,
it was
Zimnet.
dominating.
It was back in the days.
Zimnet
Yeah.
Radio.
It was.
Yes, use Zimbabwe.com.
Iowa, Zimnet. If you met Wilbert, it's Will Zimnet Radio.
Yeah, okay, yeah, somewhere there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nokunews Zimbabwe.com. Kwakune section, comment section that time. Tatoida ku comment section. Toita comments. Ndokotanyengana futi nevasikana iko tachiri biti yanga iyo ndizvo older.
So just to summarize what Munya is saying, kune mama comrades akatoneta havana kufa. Nyaya yakabva kure, vana mukori magandanga vachiripo mutrench. So I think if I'm hearing correctly, yeah, you are reflecting Yeshua kudhara kwakune vanhu mpinga vaibuda ziya nemadziva pano asi vakaneta.
Tikazobva yanzi kwanzi myspace takapinda dzese idzodzo yanzi myspace neyanzi high5 kwausati wane Facebook that time tava nehigh5 tofunga ndo yakatanga here kana kuti myspace then tikazosvika tasvika kulinkedin tobva tazodzwa kune Facebook ndopa tazopinda mufacebook tikapinga nefacebook kusvika tasvika nhasi tava mutwitter ikazoze yatekwa neinonzi X. Of course we are still there, but the people that we have met, we are still with them. Andona vanasimba chikaza tovaziva from long back. Nana Wilbert Mukori vakawanda navamwe vanasisa vana mwene wazvo taiva navo kuzimbabwe. Etera imberi signor.
Iko zvino mavapa zimu aende taakuita nezve blue movement. No, not blue movement, Geza movement, sorry.
Yeah, I think muri right. Nekuti chiri kunetsa mazuva ano ndechekuti we can criticize Geza kuti ari kupromota umwe dictator, but hapana chinozouya manje kuti solution ndeipi. But tikanyatsokunzwisisa kuti what Geza hope to achieve kudestroya dynasty iri kubuilda ndo chiri important kuti inenge yadestroyeka, zvekuti panozouya rimwe dictator or whatever. I think zvatongove obvious kuti anybody who is coming to Zimbabwe now would be a dictator, because I don't think the opposition in any chance because how the military is involved and nekuteyana kwavakaita within that military kwacho kuti kwatove nemafunction within the military, it becomes very problem kuti how are we going to move away from the situation. And if Geza is successful, is one of the solution inotongovepo. Saka takutongodhira kungoaccepta kuti totongodhira nezviripo, hapana patichatombowana the best, takutongotora compromise kuti ndo iripo. One man one vote yakaramba, gutsa ruzhinji yakaramba. Saka kuti tidzokerako ndofunga makata kuti tidzokere kugutsa ruzhinji kana ku one man one vote anotongove makata chaiwo nekuti zvazvitaurwa naWilbert chokwadi chiripo chacho ndechekuti ZANU-PF was never prepared for democracy first, kana kuti vanhu vakawanda tiparticipate mueconomy. Ndosaka everything chiri ZANU-nized now. It's only that because it's no longer ZANU-nized, chatongokuntonzi chese ndechaMnangagwa, ndosaka akatora sovereign wealth fund akaiti Mutapa, then maparastatal ese ari kutengesa post office zvinganzwisisiki, ndo
confusion way akazoya namunangagwa yakaita kuti chiputsike. But that issue yekuti vanga vaida kuti chese chinhu chive zanunais vati we are the police, we are the army, we are everything. They mean what they are because cheroko. Some of the things vanozviita deliberate because munogona kuvabvunza kuti why is it very difficult to register a company in Zimbabwe? Vanokutaurira kuti because we wanted to understand kuti ndiwani unoda kuregister company before tisati takupa. Kana iri yeneke yekuti to deal with the fewer vanokutaurira kuti no, kana usiri wezanu, we don't give you anything to do that. So we have to understand one our first, and then how best can we destroy them. Kana vachidestroy napachavo, we support the next one kuti adestroy mwari pawachari standing. Saka 2017 yanga yakashata, but it was a learning process. Hapana chakambonyanya kushata. Pataveiko zvimwe zvameno. Whatever action ichaitika ngaingosapotwa yakadaro, kana ari Geza ngaangosapotwa zvakadaro. Unanga agwape nedynasty yake. Munofunga kuti muchioneswa iriri rake rinonzi iro zigananda rake chohwayo zvinoroora. Ndo zvamunobhadhara maningi ma-TV ne-license izvozvo kuti muone munhu achinorodwa zvake akuita third marriage ndo yamakuoneswa ipapo. Zvimwe zvinhu zvekuchijairire chawanda kuti munhu vanhu vakutoenda zvavo nemanhingi kana mapfekero anoenda akaita mu-state house haichisina kana chiremerera. So makwikwi
Third marriage remfano.
Guys, ndobira ibudze.
third marriage. Third marriage.
Wani mumwe futi.
Ndozasisekedi.
Aiwa i-third manje tiri kukuudza izvo.
Okay. But ibodza ikaba guys. Tonopotaura ndi zvimwe zvinhu zvokuva simple. Tipangambodzwa here president yachai wenyika anotarwadza. Tine mazita akawanda. Ndonzi Trevor Blast, ndonzi Luka Chivende, ndonzi hameno mamwe mazita aumanaka. Surely takambogara Mugabe. I hated Mugabe zvokuti fe.
No, genga iri unofanirwa kuri understanda kuti iri genga iri harisi zvariri. Ndosaka uchiona vana parents shiri vamunoti vana parents shiri
vakafa wani.
Ukaenda kwaakadzidza haumuwani uchimutsvaga kuti ndikutsvaga parents shiri haumuwani because anga ane rimwe zita. Zvakafanana ivava vananhingi vana Guvheya Chiwenga iva haukwanisi kumutracer kuti zita rake chairo
chairo. Pahondoka vanhu vakavana mazita
aiwa hazvizvi zvokuti pahondoka haana mbozvarwa achienda kuno. Akatorwa pachikoro achienda panenge. Enda pachikoro pacho unobvunza kuti zita raishandisa nderei.
Can I say something?
Harisi riro raakushandisa nhasi. So we have to understand vanhu kuti aiwa zvangara zvangove zvigananda. Vanotaura kuti vakadai zvigananda havangozokura kudarika ivo zvazvingove zvigananda zvega.
Dobbs, can I say something?
Ndatonenda angu.
Nyaya yamutaura ndeyesecurity. Kune vanhu vanogona kuva declared dead and buried. But for intelligence purposes, they are still alive and they are doing the job. It's not just about nyaya yekuti kuhondo. I repeat, kune vanhu intelligence who can be declared dead. Basically, what am I saying? You are not intelligence. It's not intelligence if you do things so obvious that you are able to be trusted. It's that simple. Don't be caught. You cannot be. You should not be caught.
I just wanted to reply to Dobbs there. I think what you said is true. That we have found ourselves in a situation where we are repeating 2017. But I think what most Zimbabweans have failed to understand is when do you have the power to change things? And when you do, why have you failed to make the most of it? That is where our problem lies. It's shocking that even now, with benefit of hindsight, many Zimbabweans out there do not know that the 2008 to 2013 GNU was the golden opportunity for Zimbabweans to implement the democratic reforms that Munya was talking about. Why? I mean, it's not as if it's rocket science. And yet, the truth of the matter is, many fail to understand it. And this is what has made it so easy for the opposition, for instance, to con the people to keep on participating in flawed elections. I mean, let's be honest. ZANU-PF has been rigging elections since 1980. 2023, 2 million people voted for Chamisa in those elections because they believed Chamisa when he said, I plugged all the vote rigging loopholes. They believed it. Even when other people like Tim Pachedu had clearly said the voters' roll is in such shambles, ZANU-PF will rig. Why did you believe it? And let's be honest here, we are not talking of people in the rural areas. We are talking of people in the urban areas. We are talking of people in the diaspora. Why is it that
but here we have to agree to say everybody knows that ZANU-PF is rigging. And even if we take at my elections 2028, ZANU-PF is going to rig. Solution much. Maybe that is the reason why people keep on participating.
No, but
because solution
no solution is there. That's what I'm saying to you. The solution is there.
What is the solution?
Let me explain it. You had the opportunity during the GNU to implement the democratic reforms.
Those are missed opportunities, not a solution.
Let me explain, Dobbs, then you can come in. If you implement the democratic reforms to stop ZANU-PF rigging the elections, i.e., for instance, reform the ZEC so that they are now independent enough to deliver free, fair, and credible elections, ZANU-PF will not be able to rig. If you keep on participating in an election where even the voters' roll, something as fundamental as the voters' roll, is in shambles, you know it's in shambles, and you still continue participating, you cannot complain that the elections were rigged because you knew they were going to be rigged, and you still went ahead and participated. In the case of the opposition, because they also knew ZANU-PF was giving away a number of gravy train seats to the opposition who participate. What is
Corey? That will never happen. Not in a million years. ZANU-PF will not allow. It's not a walk in the park that you
will not allow
that.
Do you think ZANU-PF will allow that reform?
I know you do it intentionally. ZANU-PF, what you are saying is in an ideal situation. It will not allow, and I quote you, Corey, to legitimize itself out of power, to push itself out of power, waiting for Dobbs and Corey and the company to do what is summarized as reforms. Never. Answer to your question, when? When is, if there is an opening, yakafanana neya 2017.
Signoro.
And I get so worried. I want to learn in 10 seconds. I want to learn in 10 seconds. I get so worried when we then wear political jackets at this juncture and they lose yet another moment instead of being on guard, on standby. And that is the only opportunity, not a democratic process. It will not work. It shall not work. They will not allow that to happen.
Signoro, if I was ZANU-PF, I would not reform myself out of office either. That goes without saying. Nobody expected ZANU-PF to reform, to implement the democratic reforms during the GNU. MDC, that was what they were supposed to do. And if MDC, some people are saying, oh, ZANU-PF refused to allow MDC to implement reforms. SADC was the guarantor of the GNU, of the global political agreement. When did Morgan Tsvangirai go to SADC and say, we are having problems here? They never did. I think the main problem we have here is that while SADC and the leaders in SADC were aware of the fact that MDC had failed to implement the reforms, and they even tried to get...
There are many problems here. We are facing a lot.
I mean, they even tried to get MDC leaders not to participate in the 2013 elections without electoral reforms. That was what the summit, the SADC summit in Maputo in June 2013 was all about. And Tsvangirai refused to accept their recommendations. What else did you want SADC to do?
Yeah, I do agree with you to say we missed the opportunities, but we are where we are now. Iyo yatove mukaka wakadeuka wekuti kutochema nazvo kutotambisa nguva. Tave patave ipapa pekuti nyika yave nezvigananda. Vana nhingi zvimwe zviri kuuya nemadrugs, mayuth achitongodhakwa achiita sei. And how are we going to move? Rimwe riri kutoda kutoita dynasty, kutosira vana nemhuri. Riri kutora zvese, mari yenyika mutapa sovereign wealth, matenda riri kuzvipa. Rongotora mari hapana chinoitwa. Chese chinhu chatongove chake. Akutoti ndini Zimbabwe yacho. Ende atoisa nedhee rake remutapa, atove nefandi yake yemutapa, zvinhu zvese ari kukutorera achizviti ndee munhu mutapa. Ari kutitorera, tikati ari kukutorera ndechini, pari kutitorera ndopatatove ipapa.
The main problem with your argument, yokuti mkaka wateuka, it's water under the bridge. The question is, what have you learned from it? You haven't learned anything if you keep repeating the same thing.
So even where I don't understand you. Paunotaura kuti kasati mukaka wateuka hapana chatakadzidza. Izvozvi zviri kutaura kuti yageza iyoyi inotostopera. Ikaikuti anotostopa kutobvisa mutapa nhingi mutapa iyoyi inotobviswa iyoyi. Ndo opportunity. Inofanirwa kutoti tigare takagadzirira kuisapota.
Yes, Mkoma, let me interject a little bit. You know, the situation in the country right now, it's not a new situation. Since independence, these people, as we Gananda people, ZANU-PF people, they had a mentality of one-party state. Since independence, since they were fighting, they were always planning this. And up until now, it's not shocking that we still have some of these people who believe to have fought for the independence, and they still maintain the one-party state. So what they do is they won't change any reforms on the ground to maintain that kind of mentality. So what will happen is people who may be prepared for either to upset the government through demonstrations, because if you stick to the elections like 2028 elections or 2030 elections, even if those elections are done, the reforms on the ground, they signify that a one-party state is going to be successful. So what should we do now? We need to go against the idea of not changing reforms on the ground. How can we do that? That's where the problem is. The other thing is we need to separate army from ZANU-PF, because ZANU-PF is relying too much on the military wing of the country. And the military wing of the country is biased towards one state, one party. I will give you an example of 2008 elections. ZANU-PF was beaten. And you heard some of the generals, they were saying that we are not going to salute Changirai, we are not going to salute the opposition because it didn't go to war. So that kind of one state party mentality, it was still in and is still in today. You know, the personalization of the country right now, the country right now is actually in the pocket of one individual who is the president. He's too powerful. He can change anything anytime he wants. All those things need to be changed. And people need to be educated that, you know, they are not free. Zimbabwe is not free. It's a captured state. There's no freedom. It's not independence. That's where my point is. You know.
Point taken, but I think if you were following what happened during the GNU, you'll be the first one to admit that the army played no role in stopping MDC implementing reforms. That is where you should be. No one denies that ZANU-PF has corrupted the army, the police, the judiciary, etc., etc. But the opportunity to reform was there.
Oh, okay.
And SADC
can I interject a little bit?
And we did not implement the reforms. That is the argument.
Can I ask you, during the 2008 period, that time, who was the Minister of Defense? Do you still remember?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Are you saying that reforming the military was only to be done by the minister and his staff?
No.
Or was that to be done by parliament?
It was supposed to be done by parliament, and it should be done by parliament.
It doesn't matter who was the minister. It doesn't really matter who was the minister. You, as an individual, if you were an MP, a senator, or a minister, you could submit your reform proposal on the Ministry of Defense, information, the police, or whatever. That was the obligation of parliament to discuss that reform proposal, refine it, and once it's passed, give it to Mugabe to sign. That was the process. It doesn't matter who was the minister.
Yes, my argument was on, you know, the military should stand on its own as an independent, neutral body. It doesn't need to interfere in the political affairs of the country, because if that kind of a thing happen, we will see one party state. That's my point. Even today, for us to change the situation on the ground, we need to depend on the army. So it's more of a militarized state right now. You cannot change those reforms. You cannot remove that president without the effect of the army. Remember, he gained that power. He gained that position of being the president through coup. Remember, a president who enters a presidential power through coup is either going to be removed by death or by coup. They will never allow you to.
Coup happened in 2017. The democratic reform, the opportunity to implement democratic reform was 2008 to 2013. So if the reforms had been implemented, Zimbabwe in 2013 would have been a democratic country. The coup would have never happened.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, Koma. But now that period elapsed and nothing was done. Reforms were not done. And up to now, the reforms are not yet done. Then you tell me that we mobilize people to go for an election. For what? There is no need of going for an elections when the reforms are not done. Let be the reforms first, then we go for an elections. This kind of political of the stomach to line the stomach or to line the pockets like what they did previously in 2023 elections. Nelson Chamisa noted that there were no reforms in the country, but he continued to go to the elections. Why did he do that? But anyway, even if he was going to reject it, ZANU-PF was still going to figure out a bogus political party and go for any elections. You see, this kind of a situation is delicate. It's not a uniform ground at all. Because if you try to make the reforms, ZANU-PF will figure out and will get a bogus political party and will forge on.
I think before we go to elections, we need to define who participated in what election. When you're talking of MDC participating in 2018, like I've just told you, SADC special summit in June 2018 recommended that they should not go into the elections without reforms. MDC guys did not listen. They went ahead. Who are you going to blame there?
We blame the opposition. The opposition should not
in this
partake.
particular case, you cannot still talk of why did they go. They are the ones who decided to go. They are the ones who also decided to implement not even one token reform during the GNU. That is where our problem is. The problem is with the people ourselves, where these people fail to implement any meaningful reforms. These people are told you should not go into an election without reforms, and they still went ahead and participate. And they even persuade you, the voters, to participate. And even as late as 2023, they still managed to con you to participate. So the problem is not just ZANU-PF, the opposition, but the electorate as well.
Yeah, no, the electorate belongs to the opposition. The electorate belongs to the ruling party. But what I'm saying is, we don't have a significant opposition party in the country. The opposition we have is weak in such a way that they take this political as a career. They don't take it as a getting the money and doing their personal business. So I'm saying we should refine from that kind of a mentality, and we should form a political party which is genuinely political, which is opposite, not this game of lining their pockets and the politics of the stomach. This is wrong. There should be a political party, a genuine political party in the country, so that we can change this thing. Otherwise, without political party, we are talking of demonstration and removing the government by violence, which is not good. It's treasonous. It's treasonous. If you persuade Geza to go in through the violent way, it's treasonous. It's against the constitution. But what I'm saying is, let us form a political opposition which is systematic with the rule of law, so that at least, we don't have bogus politicians like Chabang, who can be given sugar and sold everything. That's my point.
Can we have Zulu? You want to say something?
I've sent you a co-host link, Wilbert. Maybe if you can accept and then maybe add people. I know people are wanting to speak. Yeah. In the end.
Yeah, I got you. I'm co-host now. Anyone who wants to make a contribution, please raise your hand.
Yeah, so no one is willing to speak, but that's my point. Mkoma will be. That's what I'm saying. Because right now, as you are talking right now, there's a political void in Zimbabwe right now. We don't have. It looks like we don't have. It feels like we don't have an opposition party who can oppose these people. That's why they just change the policy anytime they arrest the journalists. You know, right now the Zimbabweans, they don't have the voice. If you try to air your grievances, if you try to air your negotiation, you end up in jail. Why did they arrest President Mchanga? For what reason? What did he do wrong?
Well, I,
Do
I,
you
I,
do you understand the context of going to school to start journalism? You should interview anybody, even a terrorist. You should interview. Your role is to interview anybody.
I
You
think
don't have to be selective. You don't have to be selective to who should we talk to. What is that? Can you call that a country? You cannot silence the citizens. Because for you to be the president, you were voted in by the people. Your only function as a president is to listen to the people. The people, they will decide what they want, not to overload the people with useless policies, which does not make any sense. That's not the country we want. That's not the Zimbabwe we want. Some of us, our fathers went to war to fight the liberation war, but today we are suffering. Zimbabwe is only for the few, two people, General and Mnangagwa. The rest, they are just followers. Left, he fled the country. But General, he's the one who put this stooge in power. Right now, he should make ways to remove him. And if you do it blindly, he's going down under. He's going under because of this menace he created.
I think if we want to go down that route, we have got to be honest with ourselves. When the 2017 coup occurred, and the people were encouraged to come out in the street in support of it, people came out in their hundreds of thousands because they believed that this was the genuine point of change. That was a mistake, and people should acknowledge that. And to say that Mnangagwa was voted by the people, well, we've just established that 2023 elections were not free, fair, and credible. So we cannot have this double talk of, in one breath, we agree that the elections were rigged. In the next one, we say, oh, he was voted by the people. If the process was flawed and illegal, then we cannot say that he was voted by the people. The problem comes back to what I was saying before. We made the mistake of participating in a flawed process when we were told and repeatedly warned that if you do participate, you give the process legitimacy. And that is exactly what happened. And this is where we keep making the same mistake. Earlier on, Dobbs was talking of, oh, what we have got now at the present moment, the only thing we have got is this Geza revolution. It will stop the Mnangagwa dynasty. Well, the 2017, some people will argue that it also stopped the Mugabe dynasty. Is that what we really think what Zimbabwe can achieve? Only to stop one dynasty, one dictator establishing a dynasty for himself, because that's all we've managed to achieve. What we are talking about here is ending the dictatorship and not just swapping one dictator for another. Why is that incomprehensible for some people? That is what some people cannot understand. And for that reason, that is why we are in this mess. Elections should be free, fair, and credible. The rules are there for a purpose. If you decide that you can still participate in a process that is so flawed, so illegal, that you know the results before you even cast your first vote, and you also know that if you participate, you give the process legitimacy, then the problem is yours. You had the opportunity to say, no, we are not going to participate in these flawed elections. Let's implement reforms. When those reforms were not implemented, your next option is, we are not going to participate to give the process legitimacy. But we were easily conned into believing that the opposition, Chamisa and company, had plugged all the vote rigging loopholes, even when you could see with your own eyes that they'd not plugged any meaningful loopholes. How can you go into an election where the voters roll is in such shambles that, according to Tim Pachelu, you could find in a high-density house, and these are 4-roomed houses in the high-density suburbs, you find there are 20 voters there. How is it possible? How are those people living in that house, 20 of them? Impossible. But of course, this is front-loading the voters' roll. And you keep on participating. I think that is where our problem is. And what I find really disappointing about that situation is it's not so much the rural people who are doing it, it's the urban people who are doing it. And most of them, you find they've got at least O-level education. And some of them have got university qualifications. We are our own worst enemy, whether we care to admit it or not, but that is the truth. I don't know whether Simba is still there, but if anyone,
Yes, I'm here with it.
yeah, what I was going to say is, if there nobody else has got anything to say, I don't know whether you want to give
I
your
think absolutely. We're going to be shutting shortly, folks. It's been quite a lengthy discussion tonight. Yeah, discussing the Geza movement. Why is it that ZRP fails to arrest the war vets? But do you want to close? Give us that 1 minute closing remark on this. Yeah.
Well, my closing remark on this one, Simba, will be that people should not make the mistake. As much as the border, the Geza revolution would desperately want to see Zimbabweans come out in their hundreds of thousands, as happened in 2017, and support. They know that if they don't get that public support, they're in trouble. Particularly if that revolution should be brought about by yet another military coup. We, the people of Zimbabwe, we should know when we have got the ball in our own court. And in this particular case, supporting the Geza revolution, when we know all we will ever achieve is swapping one dictator for another, is the most foolish thing that we could ever do. We should not be repeating the same mistake over and over again. The problem with our politics is that we have got politicians in ZANU-PF, the ruling elite, who have brainwashed many of our own fellow countrymen and countrywomen into believing that if you are a war veteran, you have the veto. You don't just have a vote, you have the veto on who is to rule the country. That is what we have got to deal with here. People like Geza and company, they genuinely believe that their revolution should be to replace Mnangagwa with Chiwenga. And they, as war veterans, should retain their veto on who will be invited to this government of national unity that they're proposing. And they should also have a veto on what reforms that government of national unity should implement. In other words, as I said here before, and I think somebody else also said the same thing, ZANU-PF will never reform itself out of office. In other words, whatever new political arrangement will come out of this Geza revolution will be a ZANU-PF with the difference of, instead of being the Mnangagwa faction, it will be the Chiwenga faction. It will be the same ZANU-PF dictatorship. Nothing will change. We have the opportunity to change it if we are smart enough to seize that opportunity. Thank you very much, Simba.
Well, thank you very much, Wilbert. Well, here we are, viewers, ministers. This is our session tonight. It's been quite a lengthy session discussing what is happening inside ZANU-PF. What do you read, Zimbabweans? Chicha Murkurida on Emua. Let's keep the conversation going. We have got here on Zimai running right now a lengthy soundtrack it's a reproduction of what Geza told me, what the war veteran Blessed Geza told me directly. I think people remember my very last conversation with Blessed Geza, how deep it was back then. And so what we've done here, we've just simply reproduced that, but we've also patched down or patched up, let me say, the very statement by the police, a police commissioner recently, over their attempts to arrest Blessed Geza. What they are saying, so avari kutaura evil right now. So do jump on Zimai to follow through. It's a soundtrack. I've heard some people then asking also, where can we buy this track? We're giving a link that you can buy the song also, and the song is should be £1.50 or something, that you can just buy it and download it and play it in your car or something like that while you're going. It's got a little bit of a piano soundtrack. So for just £1.50, you can have it in your car, and yeah. And then when we speak later on, when we connect some other time, then Tinenge Chitaura Tichita come from the same hymn book, as it were. So we're giving you this, our viewers, when it says this is the bit for tonight. And thank you very much to Wilbert for helping me to co-host this session. We're going to be shutting shortly, folks. Let's keep the conversation going. This is your news network, Zimai. We're going to post the link here where you can buy the soundtrack, Sagamotenga soundtrack, Rajona, Chomanya. Okay, Chris McCall.
Musatamba nesimba la vanhu zvakafanana nemasaisai egungwa. Hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai kuti aende kwanoda. Hakuna sakata tosvika pama strategic partners edu aya. Ayewa tiri tese zvakasimba. Ndikutaura kuti ndiri right, ndakangomira sina It is like the ocean currents.
Hey, yeah. Musatamba nesimba la vanhu zvakafanana nemasaisai egungwa hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumiza masaisai kuti
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
taura kuti ndiri right ndakangomirira signal sekutaura kwandakaita.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents.
There is no cause that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
United with them.
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Waiting for the signal as I have said before.
Geza, Geza, Wena, Geza, Geza, Wena, Geza.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson. All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Musatamba nesimba ravanu zvakafanana nemasaisai egungwa hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai kuti andende
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no course that can stop the current from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am saying that I am alright. I am just waiting for the signal, as I have said before. Geza, Geza, Wena, Geza, Zimaye, Geza, Geza, Zimaye, Geza,
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
hey, yeah, Musatamba nesimba la vanhu zvakafanana nemasaisai egungwa hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumiza masaisai kuti
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Takangomirira signal sekutaura kwandakaita.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents.
There is no cause that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson. I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Musatamba nesimba ravanu zvakafanana nemasaisai egungwa hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai kuti andende.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no course that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am saying that I am alright. I am just waiting for the signal, as I have said before. Geza, Geza, wena. Geza, zimaye. Geza, Geza, zimaye. Geza,
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
hey, hey, musatamba nesimba la vanhu zvakafanana nemasaisai egungwa hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumiza masaisai kuti
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Taura kuti ndiri right takangomirira signal sekutaura kwandakaita.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents.
There is no cause that can stop the current from flowing where they want none.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Waiting for the signal, as I have said before.
Geza, Geza, when Geza, Geza, 2 a.m. Geza.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson. All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Musatamba nesimba ravanu zvakafanana nemasaisai egungwa. Hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai kuti andende.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no course that can stop the current from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am saying that I am alright. I am just waiting for the signal, as I have said before. Geza, Geza, when Geza, see my head. Geza, Geza, see my head. Geza,
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
hey, yeah, musatamba nesimba ravanu zvakafanana nemasaisai egungwa. Hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumiza masaisai kuti
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Taura kuti ndiri right, takangomirira signal sekutaura kwandakaita.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents.
There is no cause that can stop the current from flowing where they want none.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
United united with them.
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Waiting for the signal as I have said before.
Geza, Geza, Wena, Geza, Geza, Wena, 2 a.m. Geza.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson. All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Musatamba nesimba ravanu zvakafanana nemasaisai egungwa. Hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai kuti andende
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no course that can stop the current from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am saying that I am alright. I am just waiting for the signal, as I have said before. Geza, Geza, Wena, Geza, Zimaye, Geza, Geza, Zimaye, Geza,
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
hey, yeah, Musatamba nesimba ravanu zvakafanana nemasaisai egungwa. Hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumiza masaisai kuti
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Taura kuti ndiri right, ndakangomirira signal sekutaura kwandakaita.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. Yeah.
There is no course that can stop the current from flowing where they want none.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
United with them.
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Waiting for the signal, as I have said before.
Geza, Geza, Wena, Geza, Geza, Wena, 2 a.m. Geza.
the arrest of Geza is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson. I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Musatamba nesimba ravanu zvakafanana nemasaisa yegungwa hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumisa masaisa ikuti andende
What about the arrest of Geza is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no course that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am saying that I am alright. I am just waiting for the signal, as I have said before. Geza, Geza, wena. Geza, zimaye. Geza, Geza, zimaye. Geza,
What about the arrest of Geza is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
hey, yeah, musatamba nesimba ravanu zvakafanana nemasaisa yegungwa hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumiza masaisa ikuti
What about the arrest of Geza is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
taura kuti ndiri right ndakangomirira signal sekutaura kwandakaita.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents.
There is no course that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none.
What about the arrest of Geza is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
United with them.
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Waiting for the signal, as I have said before.
Geza, Geza, wena. Geza, Geza, wena. Geza.
What about the arrest of Geza is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson. I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Musatamba nesimba ravanu zvakafanana nemasai egungwa hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumisa masai kuti andende.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no course that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am saying that I am alright. I am just waiting for the signal, as I have said before. Geza, Geza, wena. Geza, zimaye. Geza, Geza, zimaye. Geza,
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
hey, yeah, Musatamba nesimba ravanu zvakafanana nemasai egungwa hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumiza masai kuti
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Taura kuti ndiri right ndakangomirira signal sekutaura kwandakaita.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents.
There is no course that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
United with them.
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Waiting for the signal, as I have said before.
Geza, Geza, wena. Geza, Geza, wena. Geza.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson. All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Musatamba nesimba ravanu zvakafanana nemasai egungwa hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumisa masai kuti andende.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest is made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no course that can stop the current from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am saying that I am alright. I am just waiting for the signal, as I have said before. Geza, Geza, wena. Geza, zimaye. Geza, Geza, zimaye. Geza, hey, yeah, Musatamba nesimba la vanhu zvakafanana nemasaisai egungwa. Hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumiza masaisai kuti
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
taura kuti ndiri right ndakangomirira signal sekutaura kwandakaita.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. Yeah.
There is no course that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
United with them.
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Waiting for the signal, as I have said before.
Geza.
You know, Musa tambaganisi barawa. Zvakavana namasaisai egungwa. Hakuna posi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson. All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Musatamba nesimba ravanu zvakafanana nemasaisai egungwa. Hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai kuti andende
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no course that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am
musatamba nesimba ra vanhu zvakafanana nemasaisai egungwa. Hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai kuti aende kwanoda. Hakuna sakata tosvika apa ma-strategic partners edu ayaya ayewa tirite sezvakasimba. Ndiri kutaura kuti ndiri right, ndakangomirira signal sekutaura kwandakaita. Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no cost that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am saying that I am alright. I am just waiting for the signal, as I have said before. Geza! Buena! Geza! Buena! Geza! 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 Simai! Geza! Geza! Simai! Geza!
You know, musatamba kanisibara vanhu zvakafanana namasaisai egungwa. Hakuna posi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai kuti aende kwaanoda.
Right.
Hakuna. Saka tatosvika ma-strategic partners edu aya aiwa treaties zvakasimba. Unotaura kuti no ndiri right, ndakangomirira signal sekutaura kwatakaita. Pane logistics zviungoiswa in place nema-strategic partners edu anazo. Nema-strategic partners edu anazo.
Musatamba nesimba ra vanhu zvakafanana nemasaisai egungwa. Hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai kuti
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Taura kuti ndiri right, ndakangomirira signal sekutaura kwandakaita.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents.
There is no course that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none.
What about the arrest of Geza is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
You know, Musa Tambaganese Barawa. Zavana na Masai Bungo. Hakuna posi inokwanisa kumisa Masai.
What about the arrest of Geza is still at large? As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson. I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Musatamba ne Simba Ravanu Zvakafana na ne Masai Sai Gungwa Hakuna kosi no kwanisa kumisa Masai Sai kuti andende
What about the arrest of Geza is still at large? As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean current. There is no course that can stop the current from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am saying that I am alright. I am just waiting for the signal, as I have said before. Geza, Geza, wena. Geza, zimaye. Geza, Geza, zimaye. Geza, yeah.
Musatamba ne Simba Ravanu Zvakafanana ne Masai Sai Gungwa. Hakuna kosi no kwanisa kumisa Masai Sai kuti aende kwa noda. Hakuna sakata toshvika Apa ma strategic partners edu ayaya. Ayewa tirite se Zwakasimba. Diri kutaura kuti ndiri right. Dakangomirira signal sekutaura kwandakaita. Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no course that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am saying that I am alright. I am just waiting for the signal, as I have said before. Geza! Wena! Geza! Wena! Geza! 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 Simba! Geza!
zvakambakanisi para vanhu zvakafanana namasaisai egungwa. Hakuna fosi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai kuti aende kwaanoda.
Right.
Hakuna. Saka tatosvika ma-strategic partners edu aya aiwa treaties zvakasimba. Unotaura kuti no ndiri right. Ndakangomirira signals kutaura kwatakaita. Pane logistics zviungoiswa in place nema-strategic partners edu anazo. Nema-strategic partners edu anazo.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no cause that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
You know, Musa tambakanisi para vanhu. Zvakafanana namasaisai egungwa. Hakuna fosi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson. All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Musatamba nesimba ravanu zvakafanana nemasaisai egungwa. Hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai kuti andende kwa
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no course that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I
simba ra vanhu zvakafanana nemasaisai egungwa. Hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai kuti aende kwanoda. Hakuna sakata tosvika apa ma-strategic partners edu. Ayewa tiritese zvakasimba. Ndiri kutaura kuti ndiri right, ndakangomirira signal sekutaura kwandakaita. Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no cause that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am saying that I am alright. I am just waiting for the signal, as I have said before. Geza! Buena! Geza! Buena! Geza! 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 Simba! Geza! Geza! Simba! Geza!
musatambakanisi para vanhu zvakafanana namasaisai egungwa. Hakuna posi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai kuti aende kwaanoda.
Right.
Hakuna. Saka tatosvika ma-strategic partners edu aya aiwa treaties zvakasimba. Unotaura kuti no ndiri right, ndakangomirira signal sekutaura kwatakaita. Pane logistics zvinongoiswa in place nema-strategic partners edu anazo. Nema-strategic partners edu anazo.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Ndakangomirira signal sekutaura kwandakaita.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents.
There is no cause that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
musatambakanisi para vanhu zvakafanana namasaisai egungwa. Hakuna posi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson. I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Musatamba ne Simba Ravanu Jvakafana na ne Masai Saye Gungwa Hakuna kosi no kwanisa kumisa Masai Sai kutia ndende kwa
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no course that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am saying that I am alright. I am just waiting for the signal, as I have said before. Geza, Geza, wena. Geza, zimaye. Geza, Geza, zimaye. Geza,
Musatamba ne Simba Ravanu Zwakafanana ne Masai Saye Gungwa Hakuna kosi no kwanisa kumisa Masai Sai kuti aende kwa anoda Hakuna sakata toshvika Apa ma strategic partners edu ayaya Ayewa tirite se Zwakasimba Diri kutaura kuti ndiri right Dakangomirira signal sekutaura kwanda kaita Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no course that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am saying that I am alright. I am just waiting for the signal, as I have said before. Geza! Buena! Geza! Buena! Geza! 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 Simai! Geza! Geza! Simai! Geza!
You know, Musa tambaganisi baravan. Zavana na Masai Sai Gungo. hakuna posi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai kuti aende kwaanoda.
Right.
Hakuna. Saka tatosvika ma-strategic partners edaya aiwa treaties zvakasimba unotaura kuti no ndiright ngavangomirira signals kutaura kwatakaita. Pane logistics zvinongoiswa in place nema-strategic partners edu anoaziva. Nema-strategic partners edu anoaziva.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents.
There is no cause that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
You know, Musa tambaganisi baraba. Zvakavana namasaisai egungo. Hakuna posi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson. All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Musatamba nesimba ravanu zvakafanana nemasaisai egungwa. Hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai kuti andende
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no course that can stop the current from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I
Zwakafanana ne masaisa yegungwa. Hakuna kosi no kwanisa kumisa. Masaisa ikuti aende kwa noda. Hakuna sakata toshvika. Apa ma strategic partners edu ayaya. Ayewa tirite se zwakasimba. Diri kutaura kuti ndiri right. Dakango mirira signal. Se kutaura kwandakaita. You no play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no cause that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am saying that I am alright. I am just waiting for the signal, as I have said before. Geza! Buena! Geza! Buena! Geza! 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 Simai! Geza! Geza! Simai! Geza!
Musa tambaganisi baraba. Zvakafana namasaisa egungo. Hakuna posi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai kuti aende kwaanoda.
Right.
Hakuna. Saka tatosvika. Ma-strategic partners edaya. Aiwa treaties zvakasimba. Unotaura kuti no ndiri right. Ngangomirira signals kutaura kwatakaita. Pane logistics zvinongoiswa in place nema-strategic partners edanazo. Nema-strategic partners edanazo.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents.
There is no cause that can stop the current from flowing where they want none.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Musa tambaganisi baraba. Zvakafana namasaisa egungo. Hakuna posi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson. I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Musatamba ne Simba Ravanu Jvakafana na ne Masai Saye Gungwa Hakuna kosi no kwanisa kumisa Masai Sai kuti andende
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no course that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am saying that I am alright. I am just waiting for the signal, as I have said before. Geza, Geza, wena. Geza, zimaye. Geza, Geza, zimaye. Geza, yeah.
Musatamba ne Simba Ravanu Zwakafanana ne Masai Saye Gungwa Hakuna kosi no kwanisa kumisa Masai Sai kuti aende kwa noda Hakuna sakata toshvika Apa ma strategic partners edu ayaya Ayewa tirite se Zwakasimba Diri kutaura kuti ndiri right Dakangomirira signal sekutaura kwandakaita Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no course that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am saying that I am alright. I am just waiting for the signal, as I have said before. Geza! Wena! Geza! Wena! Geza! 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 Simai! Geza! Geza! Simai! Geza!
You know, Musa tambaganisi baraba. Zvakafana namasai sai gungo. hakuna force inokwanisa kumisa masaisai kuti aende kwaanoda.
Right.
Hakuna. Saka tatosvika ma-strategic partners edu aya aiwa treaties zvakasimba. Unotaura kuti no ndiri right. Ngavangomirira signals kutaura kwatakaita. Pane logistics zviungoiswa in place nema-strategic partners edu anazo. Nema-strategic partners edu anazo.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no cause that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
You know, Musa tambaganisi barabara. Zvakafana namasaisai egungo. Hakuna force inokwanisa kumisa masaisai.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson. All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Musatamba nesimba ravanu zvakafanana nemasaisai egungwa. Hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai kuti andende kwa
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no course that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am saying
Wakafanana ne masaisa yegungwa. Hakuna kosi no kwanisa kumisa. Masaisa ikuti aende kwa anoda. Hakuna sakata toshvika. Apa ma strategic partners edu ayaya. Ayewa tirite sezwa kasimba. Diri kutaura kuti ndiri right. Dakango mirira signal. Se kutaura kwanda kaita. Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no cause that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am saying that I am alright. I am just waiting for the signal, as I have said before. Geza! Buena! Geza! Buena! Geza! 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 Simai! Geza! Geza! Simai! Geza!
You know, Musa Tambaganese Barawa. Zavana na masaisa yegungo. Hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai kuti aende kwaanoda.
Right.
Hakuna. Saka tatosvika ma-strategic partners edaya aiwa treaties zvakasimba. Unotaura kuti no ndiri right. Ndangomirira signal sekutaura kwatakaita. Pane logistics zvinongoiswa in place nema-strategic partners edanazo. Nema-strategic partners edanazo.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Takangomirira signal sekutaura kwanda kaita. Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no cause that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
You know, Musa Tambaganese Barawa. Zavana na masaisa yegungo. Hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson. I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Musatamba ne Simba Ravanu Jvakafana na ne Masai Saye Gungwa Hakuna kosi no kwanisa kumisa Masai Sai kuti andende
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no course that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am saying that I am alright. I am just waiting for the signal, as I have said before. Geza, Geza, wena. Geza, zimaye. Geza, Geza, zimaye. Geza,
Musatamba ne Simba Ravanu Zwakafanana ne Masai Saye Gungwa Hakuna kosi no kwanisa kumisa Masai Sai kuti aende kwa noda Hakuna sakata toshvika Apa ma strategic partners edu ayaya Ayewa tirite se Zwakasimba Diri kutaura kuti ndiri right Dakango mirira signal Se kutaura kwanda kaita Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no course that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am saying that I am alright. I am just waiting for the signal, as I have said before. Geza! Buena! Geza! Buena! Geza! 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 Simai! Geza! Geza! Simai! Geza!
You know, Musa tambaganisi baraba. Zvakafana namasai sai gungo. hakuna posi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai kuti aende kwaanoda.
Right.
Hakuna. Saka tatosvika ma-strategic partners edu aya aiwa treaties zvakasimba unotaura kuti no ndiri right ngavangomirira signals kutaura kwatakaita. Pane logistics zvinongoiswa in place nema-strategic partners edu anazo. Nema-strategic partners edu anazo.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no cause that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
You know, Musa tambaganisi baraba. Zvakafana namasaisai egungo. Hakuna posi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson. I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no course that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am
musatamba nesimba ra vanhu zvakafanana nemasaisa egungwa. Hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumisa masaisa ekuti aende kwaanoda. Hakuna sakata tosvika apa ma-strategic partners edu ayaya ayewa tirite sezvakasimba. Ndiri kutaura kuti ndiri right, ndakangomirira signal sekutaura kwandakaita. Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents. There is no cause that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none. So we have arrived, our strategic partners. Indeed, we are tightly united with them. I am saying that I am alright. I am just waiting for the signal, as I have said before. Geza! Buena! Geza! Buena! Geza! 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 Simon! Geza! Geza! Simon! Geza!
You know, Musa tambaganisi baraba. Zvakavana namasaisa egungo. Hakuna posi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai kuti aende kwaanoda.
Right.
Hakuna. Saka tatosvika ma-strategic partners edaya aiwa treaties zvakasimba. Unotaura kuti no ndiri right, ndakangomirira signal sekutaura kwatakaita. Pane logistics zvinongoiswa in place nema-strategic partners ekanazo. Nema-strategic partners ekanazo.
Musatamba nesimba ra vanhu zvakafanana nemasaisa egungwa. Hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumisa masaisa ekuti
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Taura kuti ndiri right, ndakangomirira signal sekutaura kwandakaita.
Do not play with the power of the people. It is like the ocean currents.
There is no cause that can stop the currents from flowing where they want none.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large as police? How far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Waiting for the signal, as I have said before.
You know, Musa tambaganisi baraba. Zvakavana namasaisa egungo. Hakuna posi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai.
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson. I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.
Musatamba nesimba ravanu zvakafanana nemasaisai egungwa hakuna kosi inokwanisa kumisa masaisai kuti andende
What about the arrest of Geza? Is still at large. As police, how far have you gone with your investigations and arrests?
All I can tell you is no arrest has been made, but for more information, I refer you to our national spokesperson.